Kem, lawful, welcome. TikTok police, lawful, evening. Hope everybody is doing well. We're about to get started. You know, so we have to give the late bird them a little bit of time. Alright, now if we just make this stay as is and upload. So today we're going to talk about something rather serious. That may not have been talked about previously. Let's see where we can put this. Refresh this. 238 and what do we have? 24. Oh yeah, 238. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we're about to get started on constitutional drafting again. Last time we spoke about a few things that we should add to the draft. One of them being elderly care, and the other one being the family court judges having the qualifications, right, to actually rule on parental and family matters. You know, because nowadays we have judges who don't even have children. We have judges who don't even have any qualifications as it regards to, you know, social working, you know, other family sciences that they should have before they start making determinations on people's lives, right? So in all areas of government and the courts, we definitely need people with qualifications. And another thing that came to me was limit the age of people in these positions, right? Limit the age on people in these positions, because lawful, welcome. You know, when we have people who are in their old age and they have no sense of touch with reality, right? they don't have any touch with reality, and they are making decisions for everyone in society. And they are, in my view, again, you know, these things should be collaborated on, but I honestly believe that we are going in a downward spiral instead of an upward spiral if we continue to make people who should be wise, but the decisions they're making, it does not appear to be that way. It does not appear to be something that you can say, you know, say those were really good decisions that were made to help us uplift our country. You know, say those were really good decisions, you know, making those financial choices, you know, making those legal choices. I don't know if we can sit here and say that our elders who are in leadership positions are making decisions that are truly beneficial to everyone. And, you know, that is a problem. You know, there are so many areas of improvement that we can list, and that in itself is a task. And we are not here to lay blame, but at the same time, we cannot sit idly by and leave these problems to fester like a sore. We have to limit the age on people who serve in public service. And we cannot excuse bad behavior. Third World Cup, lawful, welcome. We cannot excuse bad behavior in no area of public service. Because remember, you know, it's we the people who are going to face the consequences of the decisions that we make. Right? Right, especially as a representative, you should be serving the people proudly. If you are someone selected by the people, that means that out of everybody where did they? Out of everybody where did they? Right? Okay. Gotcha. The people selected you, right? So you are supposed to be our shining star. You're supposed to be our star player when it comes to that arena, right? Or one of our star players. You're supposed to be representing us to say, yes, man, this is my country and this are my people, and I feel proud if I represent my people, if I go around and I say, here we go on. With my expertise and with my knowledge and with my tenacity, I am going to make sure that I do a good job. So, listen, man. Sabak, lawful, welcome. You know what we're supposed to be doing too? You see, like how we have sports day at school. You see, like how we have all Labor Day. I think it would be a great idea to have a yearly event where the public servants are either highlighted A matter of fact, highlighted. Just plain highlighted. Whether you do good, you do medium, or you do bad. The public servants get to be highlighted. Not by themselves, but by the people whom they affect. Every year we should have that. So if you not do a good job, the people should be able to come out and say, listen, you did supposed to do this, and you never get it done. So, right now, you're not on the good side. Exactly. Everybody in our area or our parish supposed to come out a year time. Right? And we have all of them from one panel. We start early, like all 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock a morning. Right? You have a panel and them sit down. Right? And you get breakfast. You get no breakfast. Eat at your yard. You get lunch and you get all dinner. You sit at that's how your day. That's how you work for the day. Right? Who was the best representative? What did they do to achieve that best? What did they do great? Have all one point system. Have somebody up on the side, like one game show. Mark off some points. Right? So if they are doing below standard or below average, them not get nothing. But if they are doing great, right, you give them one little bonus on the spot or something. Right? Some kind of incentive to say, yo, representative, yo, big up yourself. Yes, keep on do a good job. If you not do a good job, you say, yo, you know the next election, if you not do better, you know, we are slap you out of office. You not sit down in another seat there for long. You see me? That's how we need to do them. That is how we ensure that we have a proper economy. Because if the people them don't have a say, if the people them don't have any way to get them out and put in somebody who is going to do a good job, we do them. We do them. Right? So, I think those things would foster better performance out of our local and national representatives. Right? And that is why we put provisions in there. If you say, if somebody is doing really bad, the people can vote them out. Immediately. Immediately when I need no special election. If somebody is doing such a terrible job and then can't manage the work, the people them just need to put in a petition. A voting gets announced and they are out of office. Put in somebody when know what them do. Right? Exactly. Maybe then we can consider incentivized compensation and dash away arbitrary salary. I agree. Based on your performance. You see like what them have excuse me. Some schools have what's called performance-based learning. We should have performance-based representation. So if you're doing a great job, we don't have a problem give you some millions. We don't have no problem per year or every month you get a certain amount. Right? That should not be a problem if you're doing a good job at the management of the projects and the grievances that we have, you know, to fix in society. But if you're not doing a great job, why should we be paying you for bad service? If somebody, if you have one pit figure dig and somebody don't dig the pit properly, are you going to pay them full price or are you going to content say, listen, we can only pay you half price because if I get somebody else to fix the problem with your cause. That's how we have to do them. We cannot allow arbitrary work, arbitrary decisions. A matter of fact, I heard, you know, I saw a live recently and there was a discussion about government. And what has the parties done for Jamaica over the past several years, right? And it was surprising to me that this discussion is being had and nobody is defining what government is or what is the expectation of government. And I think this is important, you know. The same way how me show you the law them, the same way how me show you what the words mean. We need to know what is government. What is the legal definition of government? We can't walk around and say government this and government that and you don't even know what government is. Exactly. They make them one scale, then can't lose. Exactly. So let us look at the Bouvier's Law Dictionary. Right? Sometimes we need these older dictionaries to go all the way back to know what these terms mean at the time that they were instituted, right? Government, right? So let us see if we can. I'm gonna show now the legal definition of government, right? So here we have the Bouvier's Law Dictionary. I know the words are a little bit small. You can't really make it smaller. Let me see. Can't really make the page big enough where you can see it. You know what? I'm gonna copy it out. I'm gonna copy it out so that we can read it together. See? Yeah. So word wrap on. See if we can get it up to speed. All right. So here we have the definition of government. What does government mean? The legal definition of government according to the Bouvier's Law Dictionary. Let me see what I think this was 1865. What year this one? Let me see. Yep, 1865. That's when this dictionary was created, a long time ago, right? So, the term government means it has two applications, natural law and political law. The manner in which sovereignty is exercised in each state. Now you know that each country is called a state. So when you see the term state here, it doesn't mean like United States or Canada, right? This is talking about any country. The country is called a state. I won't even get into the deeper meaning of that right now, but just for all intents and purposes, the term state is referring to a country. So government means the manner in which sovereignty, and we spoke about this before, sovereignty is the collective of the people coming together to form something or to utilize something for their benefit, right? Its sovereignty is not in an individual. It is only collective. So the manner in which sovereignty is exercised in each state. Okay? So because we are coming together to exercise fundamental protections or fundamental benefits of everyone, that is why they're using the term sovereignty here. Right? So the sovereignty, which is the collective of the people, whether it be, some good benefit or some good protection, is exercised in each state. And the way we exercise that is by instituting a government. Some group or body that is responsible for the protection and some kind of benefit of the general public. Definition 2. There are 3 simple forms of government: the democratic, the aristocratic, and the monarchical. But these 3 simple forms may be varied to infinity by the mixture and division of their different powers. Sometimes by the word government is understood the body of men or the individual in the state to whom is entrusted the executive power. It is taken in this sense when the government is spoken of in opposition to other bodies in the state. Definition 3. Governments are also divided into monarchical and republican. Among the monarchical states may be classed empires, kingdoms, and others. In these, the sovereignty resides in a single individual. Right? So, the sovereignty of everybody's well-being and care gets funneled into a single individual. There are some monarchical states under the name of duchies, counties, and the like. Republican states are those where the sovereignty is in several persons. Right? So a republican form of government distribute the sovereignty among several people for different purposes. Right? These are subdivided into aristocracies, where the power is exercised by a few persons of the first rank in the state, and democracies, which are those governments where the common people may exercise the highest powers. First Bouvier, blah, blah, blah. Right? So they have these additional terms that relate to what we're talking about here with government. So a democracy is which those governments where the common people may exercise the highest power. So a regular layman can run for office, and if people vote him in, he basically get the power to run the country, right, for a period of time. 4. It should be remembered. It should be remembered, however, that governments, for the most part, have not been framed on models. Their parts and their powers grew out of occasional acts, prompted by some urgent expediency or some private interest, which, in the course of time, coalesced and hardened into usages. These usages became the object of respect and the guide of conduct long before they were embodied in written laws. This subject is philosophically treated by Sir James Mackintosh in his History of England. Right? So, this is a related philosophical work. Right? So, instead of anyone following the actual definition of government, they actually make up things as they go. Right? And here they are giving you examples of that. Just because we are used to something, the usages became subject of respect. Right? And in our case, it is not necessarily respect in today's society. It is basically fear. Right? Nobody typically wants to oppose the government because of, what can possibly happen if the government deems you to be a threat. Right? So, government itself, you have to understand what it means before you start saying you want to change or you want, whatever to happen as it relates to government, or why things are happening a certain way as it relates to government. So if you don't even know what form of government you have, people are quickly going to say, we have a democratic type of government. We have, the choice to vote in and vote out and do this and do that. But really and truly, you don't actually know what kind of government you have because you don't even know the definition. And if you don't know the definition of something, but yet still you're talking about it, you are simply using opinions to form other opinions, which you now have a tainted foundation. So, the term government has many meanings, but it comes from basically ancient Rome. Ancient Rome and ancient Greece. That is where these terms are coming from. Like monarchs and aristocrats and kingdoms and empires and all of these different ancient things. Right? We don't necessarily exercise that individually. It is a mix Because you will have a president, but he doesn't have absolute power, right? He have power to do certain things, but he can't do everything. You have a prime minister, right? You have power to do some things, but you have a counterbody that can stop him from instituting certain other things, right? So it is not a one size fits all in today's economy. What we have is a mix of all of these things making up what we call government. Can notice in these definitions, we have nothing that talks about voting. Voting comes later, after colonial rule, right? So, when we talk about government, we have to realize that not only is it something that comes directly from the people, but it is something that the people allow to be exercised by a few. Government is never something that can be used by everyone at the same time. The only reason we put government in place is for collective protection and collective benefit. But what we have not done today is we have not defined the limits of government. The government is basically setting the rules for themselves. So them set the rules before them get dissolved, and when they go back into power, they take over those powers again. So it's almost like you set one fish pot, you set it overnight, you go sleep and get up back, and when you go back, you catch fish, you catch janga, you catch all kind of things in it, right? So that is how government is being run now. The people no longer put a hand in the development or the restriction on government. We are basically running on something that has been put there for over 60 years now. Right? So, for those who are new, we're talking about constitutional drafting. And if you want to follow along or you want a copy of the document that we're going to be discussing, you can go to voiceofjamaica.com, as you see here. And you scroll down to the first post, which says New Constitution. You click on that. And when you scroll down, you have the option of downloading one of these documents. Additionally, after you're familiar with the document, whichever one you choose to read, if you want to make a suggestion, you can use this submission form, and your suggestion will be posted on the site, and we will discuss it at the next constitutional draft session, where we may include it if it is not already discussed and included, and it has to be beneficial generally. It cannot be something that just benefit, a special class of people unless it is absolutely necessary, right? And we're going to talk about one of those things today. If you want to see what we discussed before, if you keep scrolling down, and you will come across some YouTube videos where we have the replays for the previous draft sessions that we've had prior to this one. Right? So you can go back and watch and see what we discussed, what we talked about, what was added, etc., etc. All right. So back to the good stuff. So this is the current draft. So let us take a look at the current draft. Now again, the table of contents is not correct because we are still working on the sections. This is just a placeholder for now. We did add some new sections, so now we have, instead of page 183, we have page 238. So we still have quite a bit of sections to add to update the table of contents, right? Okay. So that being said, just go all the way down and see where we had left off last time. Talk about intellectual property. What's this? Dispute resolution outside of court. Measurement and measuring system. Protection of property and land. Okay. I think we talked about this last time as well. And civil procedure, we spoke about that. Criminal procedure. I don't think we covered criminal procedure last time. Let's see. All right, so we're going to quickly go over criminal procedure and proceed from there. Again, these sections are not long. It is just that we have the sections spaced out and we have them full page and the font is bigger. So that it's easy to read. You don't have to squint your eye. Right? So, criminal procedure. Now, one of the other important things that is yet to be added are the criminal procedure manual and the civil procedure manual, right? Now these things, all right, this done. Civil and pen stop work. So, the criminal procedure manual and the civil procedure manual should be something where anybody can follow the instructions and go in, and from start to finish, you know exactly what is going to happen. None of us supposed to be going to court blindsided. We don't know what to expect. We don't know what is going to happen. We don't know, you know, what are the stages and so forth. We should have those things written down where anybody can access them. It should not be something where it is unspoken or it is unwritten. If we're going to end up in court for any reason whatsoever, we should have foresight. We should have expectations. The same way we are expected to bring evidence to the claim, the same way we are expected to defend when someone comes to sue us, it is the same way we need an instruction manual to know, okay, these are the stages to complete a case. And you have stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3, right? So you don't have any surprises. You're always prepared and you are expected to know exactly what takes place. And you know, I think one of the reasons why the courts are not made public is because if, for example, we had, you know, the United States do this a lot, you know, where you will have courts that are streaming on YouTube. And you can go back and you can watch them. You can see exactly what happens. You can see how they're speaking with the defendants or they're speaking with the plaintiffs. You can see everything, right? But I think one of the reasons in Jamaica we don't have that is because people would learn very quickly. People would know exactly what to do, what to say. They would gain a lot of strategy. They would sit there and practice. So when they reach in a court, they would not need an attorney. They would not need to do a lot of things because what? Some people, especially if you don't have a job, right? You can go on YouTube, sit down and learn this. And if you ever get into trouble or you need to sue someone for whatever the case may be, you don't have to have the barrier of cost entry. So, you know, this is very important. Very, very important. And that's why I would say, you know, if we're going to craft a new constitution, we need to have these things in there where everybody knows what to do. If you so choose to get an attorney, that is great. That is great. But it should not be mandatory where only an attorney knows the rules and regulations and the processes that you need to take in regards to any case, civil or criminal. All right, so let's get to it. So Article 34, Criminal Procedure and Administration of Justice, right? The purpose, criminal procedure shall ensure fair, impartial, and lawful determination of alleged crimes, right? Imagine the people with the same ancestry as us being gatekeepers of knowledge. Them worse than Massa. They don't want a nation of thinkers. It's hard for them to control us. Well, they don't really have a choice, because over time, we don't remain the same. We are always growing. So, it is just a matter of time. Proceedings shall protect the rights of the accused, the interests of justice, and the safety of society. Presumption of innocence. Every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent until proven guilty. No person shall be treated as guilty before lawful conviction. Right? And we know, say, sometimes it can appear the opposite at this time. Right? Where you're getting locked up, you are treated a certain way as if you are guilty prior to an actual trial. Right? So here we are explicitly stating that every person charged with a crime is presumed innocent until you are proven guilty. So, especially this thing of the judge asking you guilty or not guilty, we get rid of that. A trial is mandatory. We have all the time in the world, because especially if we institute an electronic system and a national record system, we don't have to worry about it. I got take 5 and 15 steps. It would still be very efficient, right? You have a trial, you present evidence, you get the thing over with, you move on, right? You are there to work. You are not there for expediency. If someone's innocence is on the line, where they can possibly lose years of their life of freedom, that is worth a trial. It is worth a trial. Nobody can talk about trial then take too long. So if somebody want to plead guilty, then I feel them problem that. If somebody would have to come to court and they would have to sign a document and swear, say, nobody now force them to say them guilty. Other than that, no sir. You can't just go in so and somebody just look upon you and based on how they feel, them tell you say, they don't feel like you are telling the truth. That is not right. It is absolutely not right. Whatever they want to come up with, it has to be based on the law, and you have to have a trial. Unless you really want to go in there and swear on a Bible or something and write down, say, yes, you are guilty because of X, Y, and Z. That is the only way. But nobody not supposed to come ask you about guilty or not guilty and I try to intimidate you. No person shall be treated as guilty before lawful conviction. Right? Section 3, lawful charge. No person shall be charged except under a law clearly defining the crime. The charge must state the alleged act, the law violated, sufficient detail to prepare a defense, and the evidence, if any, used in connection with the charge. Arrest and detention. No person shall be arrested or detained by any law enforcement officer except upon witnessing a crime, upon reasonable suspicion of a crime, or under lawful warrant. The person accused shall be informed promptly of the reason for the arrest, including the law that is violated. How much time they might tell us say, this and that. The entire body of law, they might tell you, the Road Traffic Act, or the Road Traffic Regulation, or the Constabulary Force Act. But they're not telling you specifically what law is violated. Right? So that has to cut out. You have to know specifically what law you are violated if you are being arrested. Their rights under law. So, you see, just like how some police in other states have to tell you your rights before them arrest you, that should be mandatory. You need to have some intelligence to remember what rights people have, and you need to tell somebody the rights that they have before you abridge their right to freedom. You can't just talk about you commit a crime and you're under arrest and all of that. No, you have to explain to people what rights them have on the spot, so they know exactly what is going on. And this is why we would institute mandatory body cam. Mandatory body cam. If you lock off your body cam, you go to jail. That's simple. 3. There shall be no detention without charge of a crime, and any such detention shall be limited in time and subject to judicial review within 3 hours of arrest. You know how much time people get arrested? Then just lock them up in a holding cell and they don't have a charge. They don't have a warrant, they don't have a charge. They can't come up with something to charge somebody with. And people are sitting there for days and weeks. So here we are cutting that out. A judge must review the detention within 3 hours. So we would have judges that are situated on camera somewhere, right? And they can remotely view the individual and ask questions about the arrest and ask the officer about the arrest. If the judge is satisfied, then the arrest proceed. If the judge is not satisfied, then the judge has to demand the release of the individual immediately. Right? 4. A pool of judges shall be available in person or by remote video conference to review all arrests and make record of the account of the details of the arrest and determine according to law if the detention is required to secure the accused or require surety to secure his trial. Right? So now it is not only the constable or the police who is implicated if somebody is arrested and the judge does not do a proper review. Everybody in the bungle I get put in a bucket. Right? So you have to make sure you do your job so you don't get caught up in somebody else's foolishness. Right? 5. No person shall be held in detention prior to trial unless a serious crime is charged and with evidence supporting the allegation of unaliving or attempted unaliving, robbery, rape, intentional public disturbance, or domestic violence. And again, if we have a body cam, these things are easily proven with evidence. Right? So, Damien, lawful, welcome. So if we have a system where we have complete evidence from the beginning, right? We hear the investigation, we hear the questions asked, we hear the surrounding chatter, we hear everything, and we can watch it. We can quickly determine whether or not it was a serious enough situation for the police to have arrested someone, right? So, once the supporting evidence is there, we obviously want to keep dangerous people off the street and stop a situation from escalating. So that is the point of that. We don't want to just lock up people just because it is easier to do so. If there is no evidence to support it, you cannot lock up people. 6. In all such cases described in paragraph 5, trial shall commence within 45 days of the decision of detainment. Right? So, when I just going to talk about first appearance and then, them are determined bail and all them something there. That's supposed to determine within 3 hours. Within 3 hours, you're supposed to get bail. Right? And now, within 45 days, the prosecution has to be ready to try your case. Trial right away. 7. At the request of the accused, a speedy trial is a procedural right that may be invoked, allowing for 14 days to prosecute the charge. Right? So if somebody says, listen, I am invoking my right to a speedy trial. I don't want to wait no 45 days, especially if I am being detained. The prosecution already have the evidence, We have the body cam footage, you have whatever else is gathered, forensic evidence and all of that. We're not supposed to be scrambling and running around with foolishness. All evidence that is gathered must be in the public record system. And that is how we should be proceeding. Right? So there is no question about tainted evidence and this and that. If it is not there, especially within a certain time, you can't use it. Alright. Right to counsel. Every accused person has the right to legal representation of their own choosing or by a state-provided representative. Right? So just like legal aid. Where a person accused of a crime cannot secure counsel, provision shall be made to ensure representation unless waived by the accused in writing. So if you decide to, you don't want an attorney, you just sign a paper and swear to it, and you can go and represent yourself if you so choose. Right? Counsel representation shall be voluntary, regardless of the seriousness of the charge. Nobody can force you to get somebody to represent yourself. If you want to go in there and you want to represent yourself, you should have that right. 6. Right to silence. No person shall be compelled to testify against themselves. Right? Silence shall not be taken as evidence of guilt. If someone is charged with a crime, that the state has the burden of proof to prove beyond a reasonable doubt with evidence that somebody is guilty without them opening their mouth. You should not need somebody to talk in order for you to show that they are guilty of the crime. Right? The evidence itself and the damage that is caused, the corpus delicti, the mens rea and the actus rea are supposed to be proven based on the circumstances and the evidence. Disclosure. The prosecution shall disclose all evidence intended to be used that may assist the defense and that is based on witness statements or affidavits. No conviction shall be based on undisclosed evidence. Right? So, if then say somebody got unalived by a pew-pew, either you provide the pew-pew, or you provide the eyewitnesses, or you provide whatever is there that can prove that that individual did it. Just because someone is in the vicinity, that does not implicate them as being the person who committed the crime. Section 8, fair hearing. Every accused person has the right to a fair and public hearing before an impartial court. Proceedings shall allow presentation of evidence, examination and cross-examination of witnesses, full defense. Right? Just like what we should have now. Except here, this is actually a tribunal, not just a court, where you have one judge deciding many instances. Burden and standard of proof. The burden of proof rests on the prosecution. Guilt must be proven beyond reasonable doubt. Evidence shall be required in all criminal cases, and unless impossible, all witnesses shall be required to attend court. Unless impossible, all affidavits shall be accompanied by an oath under penalty of perjury and consequence. So you can't just submit an affidavit and think say you can tell lie, and if the court finds out that you are lying, you are subject to punishment, because now you are intentionally putting the law in motion, in a manner in which that it was not instituted to do. So if you are tell lie upon somebody, if somebody got jail and the court finds out, you are now liable to go to jail too. Protection against double jeopardy. No person shall be tried or punished more than once for the same crime after judgment. New evidence shall not be a precursor or reason to bring a new claim for the same crime, nor allow for the reopening of a case after final judgment. Right? So, there are a lot of cases where, you hear say, oh, DNA evidence, now proves that this person after 500 years was the actual perpetrator. Come on. It's ridiculous. There has to be a statute of limitation. If you never catch the man for 40 years, I feel a problem that. I don't want to be insensitive here where, people don't get closure for certain things. But at the same time, for 40 and 50 years, no. No. That is not right. Imagine an old individual, regardless of whether or not they did a crime, you have to have a statute of limitation. Because to put an elderly in jail, I guess we can vote on it as well. Because all of these sections, all of the negative aspects of this document, we will have a vote on it, to see if this remains as a law, or, if it is something that needs to be changed. Protection from arbitrary punishment. No person shall be punished or convicted except in accordance with law. Penalties must be proportionate to the crime, obviously. Right? Search and seizure. No search or seizure shall occur except under lawful warrant or under clearly defined lawful exception. Evidence obtained unlawfully shall not be used in court. No court or judge shall authorize a search without evidence or relevant information pertinent to the individual and or place requiring the search. All search warrants and seizures are subject to judicial review with or without the application of the property owner. Right? So there's another section that needs to be added. Right there. Okay, this is a pen here. Return of property. Return of property. Did you know that in Jamaican law, when something is confiscated, many times the court does not order the thing to be returned to the individual. And in such cases, the police is authorized to sell the item. Did you know that? They can auction the item off. Anyways, trial without delay. Every accused person shall have the right to be tried within a reasonable time. Unjustified delay may result in dismissal or other remedy. Judgment. Judgments shall be reasoned based on evidence and law. Convictions must clearly state the basis of guilt. Right to appeal. A convicted person has a right to appeal. Appeals may address errors of law, procedural unfairness, or miscarriage of justice. So just like current appellate procedure, right? If you are going to appeal a case, it has to be based on something very definite to be reviewed. It is not for you to bring a new case, into the appeal. It has to be based on some error that was made at the trial level, right? And the most common one is obviously procedural unfairness. Protection from abuse of authority. Any official or agent of the state who fabricates evidence, withholds material evidence, acts outside of lawful authority, shall be subject to legal accountability by criminal trial. And we're going to expand on that later, I promise. Enforcement. The courts shall ensure compliance with this article. Violations may result in exclusion of evidence, dismissal of charges, or legal action against responsible parties. Right? So, if someone, for example, if someone is arrested and they are charged, if the prosecution does not have enough evidence to show that that evidence matches the charges, or if the prosecution does not show up, right, you should not have to come back to court and wait for somebody show up. Again, especially for people behind bars, right? Imagine you sit down behind bars for a couple of days or whatever, and then the constable don't show up. The charges are liable to be dismissed. You cannot keep coming to court or waiting behind bars just because one individual is missing. That's ridiculous. Right? So the state needs to take these actions more seriously, and if someone cannot be charged, they should not even be waiting behind bars. Right? So the principle here is the criminal procedure shall ensure justice, fairness, protection of the innocent, accountability of authority, and lawful determination of guilt. So unlike our current system that basically have immunity for a lot of these state agents, all of that is out the window. Anybody who break the law, it doesn't matter at what level, jail. You get criminally prosecuted, and once you're found guilty, you go straight to jail. Right? Classism out the window. Code of judicial conduct. I think we actually been over this one already, where we talk about the judge's authority is tied to law, and no longer do they have judicial discretion to be creating their own common law or relying on common law. All right? Like here we're talking about prohibition of arbitrary decision making, No decision shall be based on personal belief, policy preference, or subjective discretion. Right? Has to be based on facts, law, or evidence. Right? So we went through that one. Mandatory separation of powers. We went through that one last time. Qualification and ascension to office. We've been through this one. Oh, we reached far, man. Okay. Family court judges. This is a new one. So we also had some subsections that we had added last time. Family court judges and child custody principles. Qualification of family court judges. Judges assigned to family matters shall demonstrate knowledge of child development, understanding of parental responsibility, and training in family law and child welfare. Right? So we want qualified people who are going to make judicial decisions for families. You can't just have somebody just because them have brother and sister or they have one pitney. Them sit down in a courtroom and decide people's fate. You have to have intricate knowledge of this area in order to become a judge qualified to rule on family matters. Right? Qualification shall be established through verified training, examination, and public certification. No person shall preside over family matters without meeting these requirements. You know, one of the interesting things that I find is that, you know, information is being kept from the public as if people are invisible, right? You have people in public office that their names are obscured. They might use shortened names and aliases, all kind of obfuscation, where if you are to even try to bring a case against someone, you don't even know their proper name. Imagine that you are in public service where no privacy can be expected because you're supposed to be serving the public with integrity, right? So you should not be having, you know, any kind of defensive mechanism as far as, you know, what if somebody sue you? If you are so confident in your job, then you shouldn't have any kind of fear about someone bringing charges or bringing a suit against you in court. People only hide when they have something to hide. So, how can we have a system where we have arbitrary administration of justice and we don't even know the qualifications of these people? No record of them. We just know see them sit on a bench or them out there at the public service. That is unacceptable. Unacceptable. So we need public certification. We should be able to, anybody should be able to look up somebody and verify their certifications to be sitting in that position. Right? So no person shall preside over family matters without meeting these requirements. Foundation of custody determination. A child has the right to care from both parents, stability and continuity of upbringing, and protection from harm. Both parents are essential to the development of the child unless proven otherwise. Shouldn't be telling anyone they can't record, they can't film nor record them. Exactly. Exactly. Section 3, equal starting position. In all custody matters, both parents shall begin with equal standing. No preference shall be given based on sex or status. 2. Deviation from equal parental involvement must be based on proven facts. Standard of determination. Custody and parenting arrangements shall be determined based on demonstrated ability to care, to provide care. Raja, lawful, welcome. 2 or B, stability of environment. C, history of involvement with the child. D, absence or presence of harm. All determination shall be based strictly on evidence. Presumption of shared responsibility. Shared parental responsibility shall be the default position. Parenting time shall be structured to ensure meaningful involvement of both parents. Reduction of a parent's involvement shall occur only where harm is proven or inability to provide care is established. In many cases, the women are typically given primary custody in our current system. And many people will argue that it is not fair, because sometimes the father is better able to provide care for that child. Right? I see the agents are back reporting the live. Presumption of shared responsibility. Shared parental responsibility shall be the default position. Parenting time shall be structured to ensure meaningful involvement of both parents, and reduction of a parent's involvement shall occur only where harm is proven or inability to provide care is established. So unless there is some kind of harm or situation where a parent should not have parenting time, it has to be based on evidence, right? 6, prohibition on arbitrary determination. No custody decision shall be based on assumption, generalized belief, or statistical trends. Each case shall be determined on its own facts. Limitation based on proven harm. A parent's custodial rights may be limited only where clear evidence demonstrates risk or harm to the child. Limitations shall be specific, proportionate, and subject to review. Meaning you can always go back to the court if you feel there is not a proper determination made. Requirement of reasoned judgment. Every custody decision shall identify the facts proven, state the law applied, and explain the basis for any deviation from equal involvement. Decisions lacking this reasoning are void. Right? Review and adjustment. Custody arrangements shall be subject to review where circumstances materially change, evidence demonstrate a need for adjustment. Any modification shall follow the same evidentiary standard. Principle. Family law in Jamaica shall ensure equal parental recognition, evidence-based determination, protection of the child, and prevent arbitrary custody decision. Minimum parenting time standard. And we're going to talk about this in just a second. Each parent shall have a guaranteed minimum parenting time of no less than 40% of total custodial time. Parenting time shall be structured in a consistent and predictable schedule, including weekly or bi-weekly physical custody arrangements, or an equal division ensuring continuous and meaningful involvement. No court shall reduce a parent below the minimum threshold unless clear and convincing evidence establishes risk of harm to the child or the parent is proven unable to provide safe and stable care. Any reduction below the minimum threshold shall be limited to the extent necessary, be supported by specific findings of fact, and be subject to periodic review, right? Because we all know situations can change. Absence, financial status, or prior living arrangements shall not alone justify a reduction of parenting time, right? Because parenting time is based on the ability to care and provide for the child. Where both parents are capable, parenting time shall approach equal division. Any order granting less than 40% of parenting time shall identify the harm proven, state the legal basis for deviation, and explain why lesser restriction is insufficient. Failure to meet these requirements renders the order void. Parenting time shall not be restricted as punishment or leverage in dispute. And the principle here is custody determination shall ensure meaningful involvement of both parents, stability for the child, and prevention of arbitrary exclusion and decisions based strictly on evidence and law. Right? Now, in the last live, we had someone that brought up the topic of custody and parenting time and so forth, right? And we also talk about some research material that I was referencing in regards to the father not being present in a home, the biological father, right? So as promised, if you go to voiceofjamaica.com and in the menu, you click on research. When you scroll down, you will have a section here that talks about the impact of father absence in young children, right? And here you have the links to the research studies and the articles that talk about the impact of how children are impacted by a father not being involved in their life for the majority of the time, the biological father, right? Now, let me see if we have it in here. So no. All right. So you can go through these, you know. A matter of fact, I'm going to open up each of them so I can show you some of the data, right? So this first one says father absence and youth incarceration, right? And here is the study. This is an older study, but it is still relevant. And if you are in a custody battle for whatever reason, right? These are some of the things that are to be considered outside of your current laser focus situation, right? What is the impact on the child if the father loses custody and does not get to spend time with the child, right? So they said this is a measured study. I don't know if you can, it's a little bit small, right? This study measured the likelihood of youth incarceration among adolescent males from father-absent household using data from the National Longitudinal Survey of Youth. And they give you some calculation there, n equal 34,000. So look like 34,000 statistics they are using here. Those are the amount of people included in the study. At baseline, the adolescent range from 14 to 17 years, and the incarceration outcome measure spanned ages 15 to 30 years. Right? This study tested whether risk factors concentrated in father-absent household explained the apparent effects of father absence. Results from longitudinal event history analysis show that although a sizable portion of the risk that appeared to be due to father absence could actually be attributed to other factors, such as teen motherhood, low parent education, racial inequalities, and poverty, adolescents in father-absent households still faced elevated incarcerated risks. The adolescents who faced the highest incarceration risk, however, were those in step-parent families, including father-stepmother families. Co-residential grandparents may help attenuate this risk, although remarriage and residential instability increased it. Social policies to support children should broaden beyond an emphasis on marriage to address the risk faced by adolescents living in step families as well, right? And as you go through this, they give you the different scenarios, the different demographics, the background, all of the data is here. So you can see how they came up with this father absence correlation with children ending up becoming delinquents and ending up in jail as a result of the father not being there, right? So that's one. We go to the second one, and this one is father absence and adolescence development, a review of the literature, right? So here we have the abstract. Let me see if this is the one. Okay. So here we have the table of evidence. Let me see if we can zoom this in so we can see it a little bit better. We can hopefully scroll across, right? So here we have the publication year, the hypothesis, or the purpose or the question, examination of the relationship between the instability of maternal intimate relationships and school behavior of children, examination of the impact of father absence on female sexual activity and teenage pregnancy, exploration of the relationship between family structure, peer variables, and drug use among adolescents, right? So these are the factors which they are examining, right? And they get a sample in amount of individuals. Here they have 200 and something, 180 something, 146. So they have, different variations of the study. And as you go across, you see the findings, right? And, this is very disturbing. The findings here, it says major findings. Child adverse behavior is associated with maternal instability in intimate relationships. So the mother's instability caused the child to have these adverse effects, right? Where it comes to when they grow up in a household that the mother is not stable in their intimate relationships. The female children grow up and they also have the same adverse behavior. Here, father absent females are at greater risk of early sexual activity and teenage pregnancy. The relationship between peer pressure and drug use was stronger among adolescents from father absent homes. We're here reading the research studies. Father involvement protects against psychological maladjustment and distress. Children of dyadic families had fewer behavioral problems, followed by single-parent families with support of another adult in comparison with lone mothers. So when a lone mother have family support, it reduces the behavioral problems. Children that live in a father-absent homes have an increased chance of incarceration. And this list goes on and on, This is we have one more page, right? Father absence due to military involvement has little effect of child psychology. So if the father is there, right? The father has some psychological presence or major involvement, even though they are deployed in the military. It still has a little effect on the child. Right? Woman them we stop breathe for what this man. That is a conversation to be had. Right? Next one. Father presence influences the cognitive and educational outcome of children. So, you see, when I bring up some of these things, like I said, it is not all. This is from a place of care when I say that in many cases, women who are basically unstable. They are not mentally stable, they are not economically stable, they are not educationally stable, they are not stable in their relationships. When you have these factors, because women are emotionally driven, they are going to be impacting the child in the most negative way because all of your decisions are emotionally based. You're not thinking logically as a woman. So if a father is absent, you have so much negative attributes that get attached to that child. And we know sometimes, mostly women again, and this is based on research, I am not picking on women. When women are under stress, they act irrationally. They are acting again based on emotion when they are under stress. They are quick to flare up. They don't want to explain themselves. They feel like people should know exactly what they're supposed to do, including the children, right? When frustration hits, the stability is also out the window, right? So father presence influences the cognitive and educational outcome of children. Socioeconomic status has a greater influence on negative child well-being rather than single parenting, right? So the status, the socioeconomic status of the individual, right? You know, in many cases, the father is going to be more socially stable than the mother. And when we say stable, we're talking about intimate relationships, you know, step-parent household, these kinds of things. We're not saying all women. We're not saying all women, right? But as this study is clearly stating here, it has a greater influence, right? Where if the woman is stable and she has a good social economic status or socio-economic status, the child turns out better. But if the woman does not have a stable man and she does not have a stable status, she does not have a stable education, she does not have a stable job, she doesn't have any stable focus, then it affects the child negatively. An independent bond exists between a man or a father and a child or children. Children of single-parent families are not at greater risk of developing behavioral problems in comparison to children of dyadic families. Children with absent fathers display higher antisocial behaviors than father-present children. Adolescents of dyadic stable families have greater psychological well-being in comparison to single-parent and widowed families. So, the overwhelming evidence here is that a stable father, a father who is spending majority time in the child's life in a positive way, is a required aspect of a productive member of society, someone who does not end up in society with all kind of psychological problems. And again, this is a well-respected research study. We are on voiceofjamaica.com on the research link, right? So that was the second one, father absence in adolescence. Let's go to the third link. So this is a Ukrainian study, right? Father absence in early childhood and development of adolescent risk behaviors in Ukrainian cohort, right? And this is a shorter one. I thought this was a bigger article. Oh, look like they limited this one. Oh, there we go. You just have to click in it. So here we have another study. This is rather lengthy, so we're not gonna go deep into this one. But this is talking about, you know, the differences between the mother taking on certain negative aspects and the outcome of that. in the mother-child relationship and father-child relationship. The fourth one, impact of father absence in adolescent romantic relationship ideals. All right, so this one is a PDF file. And did we have? Okay. So this one does not have a chart. But the abstract, let us read the abstract and then we'll move on. All right. Previous literature addressed the impact of father absence in adolescents' sexual development and behavior, but has neglected to explore youth's motivations and attitudes towards romantic relationships. This study examined the association between the duration of father absence and adolescents' romantic relationship ideals of commitment, sex, and pregnancy within a romantic relationship. It further focused on any differences between genders. Findings based on data from Wave 1 of the National Longitudinal Study of Adolescents' Health, 18,000 was in this study, showed that adolescents whose fathers were always absent had different romantic relationship ideals than those whose fathers were never absent. They desired a lower level of commitment to their partner and wanted to engage in riskier behaviors such as sex and pregnancy outside a committed relationship. Moreover, boys were more impacted by father absence than girls with regards to their desires for commitment and sexual activity, while girls wanted less commitment within a relationship overall than boys. These findings suggest that earlier interventions with youth before adolescent intimate risky sexual behaviors and interventions that target romantic ideals rather than sexual behavior may more successfully prevent risky sexual behavior. So, as you go through this specific study, it talks about where, because of the strong mindset of the father and how the father has certain rules within the house and certain expectations, the child has a more developed cognitive capacity. So they can make better decisions. They are more careful and structured in their decision making, especially for the girls. Right? The girls are more vulnerable. Right? So this talks about, again, this is not everybody. This is talking about the majority. The majority impacted shows that if the father is not there in the child's life to assist with the cognitive development, there are going to be ruled strictly by emotion. And where the father is absent, the emotion is going to take over. And a lot of the times it removes that element of commitment that we would want for building families. So, because you don't have the mental stability, you don't have that commitment to say, let me stick out a relationship to actually build a family, right? Father absence in early childhood linked to depression. This is a Cambridge study. This is Cambridge Core. You can see over here. Cambridge Core blog, right? So this article talk about father absence in early childhood linked to depression in adolescent girls, right? Now, if you want to know, you can look up mother absence. But again, when you go and look at that, you don't see the impact that the father would have, right? If the father raises the child does not have much of a problem. But if the mother raised the child by herself, in majority cases, 53% or more of cases, the child is going to be severely deficient in mental capacity. That is the problem, right? So, new research from the Children of the 90s study at the University of Bristol shows that girls whose fathers were absent during the first 5 years of life were more likely to develop depression symptoms in adolescence than girls whose fathers left when they were aged 5 to 10 years, or boys in both age groups 0 to 5 and 5 to 10, even after the range factors was taken into account. While previous studies have looked at the effect of childhood separation and divorce on the risk of depression in adolescents, this new research, excuse me, this new research is one of the only few studies that look specifically at the effect of a father's absence and the timing of his departure on adolescents' mental health. The study is one of the largest of its kind, 5,631 children, and because Children of the 90s has charted the health and well-being of its participants since birth, it is one of the only few able to demonstrate a strong link between early childhood father absence and teenage girls' risk of depressive symptoms, even after a wide range of other factors that can contribute to depression, including home ownership, social status, financial problems, family size, blah, 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 blah. Right? So even in the economy itself, depression affects just about everything, because if you can't function and you just don't feel like you have a purpose and things like that, that impacts everything in your life. And this is directly related to father absence. All right? And the last article here is father absence and trajectories of verify you're human. Imagine a robot that asks you to verify you're human. All right. Excuse me. Father absence and trajectories of offspring mental health across adolescence and young adulthood. Findings from a UK birth cohort. Right? Highlights. So I can see some actually I read from the screen. Father absence during early childhood is associated with greater levels of depression in early adulthood. Early childhood father absence is associated with more severe depressive trajectories across adolescence and early adulthood. Effects are strongest for females with absent fathers in early childhood. Right? And it goes through the study, tell you about the results, etc., etc. Right? So, as promised, those are the research links. If you want, I can add more. But this should give you the basic idea of, why some of the other things, including custody determinations and all of that, the father needs more impact within the child's life. If a father is not in a child's life, we are literally creating a future society of not only depression, but of instability. And again, this is not targeting women. This is not, laying blame on anyone. We're just looking at the research studies. And if we're going to have a society of responsible individuals that are not tainted by instability and all sorts of deficiencies, we need to clear up the family structure, right? If someone decides to have children, for whatever reason, you should engage in your role as a proper parent. Even if you can't make ends meet, you find some solution, find some help. You don't just disappear. Whether it want to be mother or father, the child needs both parents, right? But the child more greatly needs the father. And we know that sometimes, some people make life hard for other people. But we have to we have to find solutions. We can't keep on a point to problems, right? That is the point of bringing things to the surface. All right. So, let us continue. Constitutional draft. We are at Article 39. Elder care, social support, and knowledge preservation. Now, this is a topic we talked about last time, right? What are we going to do with our elderly? How can we preserve our elder base, and how can we ensure that people look forward to not only serving the country and being productive, but also looking forward to retirement, looking forward to the golden years when they can enjoy the rest of their life without having to worry about their basic needs, right? So, Here is a section for elderly care, social support, and knowledge preservation. Purpose. This article establishes a national system to provide care and stability for older persons, preserve knowledge and experience for future generations, ensure dignity, security, and continued contribution to society. Eligibility. A person shall be eligible for elder care program upon reaching 50 years of age or meeting conditions of age-related incapacity as defined by law. Right? So we can wait until people almost become a fossil before we are telling them they can retire. We need to have a system where we care for our elderly, and we don't, if people have been productive all them life, when you reach 50, you're supposed to can relax, man. You're supposed to can enjoy and, not have to work beyond age 50. Right? If you choose to work, which we're going to get into later, if you choose to work, then that's fine. But for those who are tired, those who want a break, those who want to, relax and not have to continue like you're in slave labor, we should have that option for people who have continued through society. They were productive, and now, they would like to at least have a peaceful last quarter of their life, right? Eligibility shall not be denied based on prior income, status, or employment history. I know some people are going to say, well, rich people don't need elderly care and all them something there. Well, again, if we're going to create a law, we cannot create a law for one part of society and leave out the next. And you're going to see why we say eligibility shall not be denied based on prior income, status, or employment history. All right? Establishment of the elder care program. A national elder care program is established. The program shall provide community-based housing, meaning you're literally going to have communities in every parish where the elderly would reside, right? They can... Ironic that retirement age is the average mortality age. Yeah, unfortunately, right? When we have community-based housing, now we have a peer group of elderly. So that way they can interact with their peers. They can interact with people around their age group. They will have things in common. They will have a better time. They will be more happy as they are, living through the last part of their life. Right? They can still be productive in society, but at least they would have a community of people they can interact with. The Wednesday, lawful evening. And if we have community-based housing, right, it doesn't have to be luxury, but we should be caring for those people who have come before us and they provided or they afforded the current society to be living in a certain condition that they are, right? Without the elderly, we wouldn't be here. All our way born from woman and man. So, we have to show our respect. I think it is an absolute necessity within society to have community-based housing and allow people to not go out in shame. We definitely need to have that. Access to health care. Again, we can't charge people for everything, right? We have to get out of this capitalistic mindset because, like I said, if we know exactly what is in our consolidated funds or within the treasury of the state, I am almost certain that we can afford everything that we put in place. Because when we look at the simple numbers, if we contribute to our society, whether we want to call it taxes or whatever, and it does not have to be a lot, if we are contributing to our society, we can afford everything. You 3 million people, I don't think it would be much of an issue to institute these things. But until we can actually see what we have, there is no way to know what our capabilities are, right? So our elderly would have access to health care, provision of food and essential services, right? So it would be just like a nursing home, just like a hospital, just like one of these public places. However, this would be provided for our elderly, right? So all essential services, food, healthcare, housing, and all of that, they would be set, right? And a monthly financial stipend, right? So, again, it's not going to be anything substantial, but at least if you want to go out and go enjoy something, excuse me, you should be able to go out and you should be able to can do something. Exactly, so we can stop waste produce. Exactly. So, a financial stipend would be something, where they can go to the movies if so necessary or they so require. If they want, go somewhere else, go enjoy, some restaurant food or whatever little thing they want to do, right? We have a little stipend that they can either save or they can use, and they have that option. We don't want to lock them up like a prison. That don't make no sense, right? And we would probably drive more people into depression if that is the case, right? But again, we want an inclusive society of our elderly, and again, we're going to see other benefits that we can also garner from that, all right? 3, all benefits shall be funded through public revenue approved by the people, right? So we would look into it. Once the program starts, we can start gaining an idea of what the budget would be in the upcoming year, right? Everybody go on citizenship now. Right? A whole heap of money come out of the consolidated fund for government ministry. Right. And a lot of those things we can scale down, when it comes to government. Section 4, community-based living. Elder care housing shall be community-centered, safe and accessible, designed to support independence and dignity. Right? So, if we have something like this, it is not going to be based on application and all of these different things. Right? It is a guaranteed thing once you are a lawful member of society. Right? There's another section coming. I did not finish it as yet. It is talking about limitation on citizenship, right? Right? And we can't allow every single individual from wherever they want to come just to come sit down in our country for 5 years and become a citizen and be eligible for all of these different benefits, right? We have to have some criteria to be eligible for some of these things, because then we're going to have an overcrowded country where people realize that they can just come to Jamaica and do the bare minimum, and then they will be enjoying all of these things that we are planning for our people, right? So we're going to have some limitations on what is required to become an eligible citizen, right? Just making a note here. Yeah. 2, participation in community housing shall be voluntary. So while people would be eligible when you're at 50, you don't have to immediately be a part of this program, elder care, right? We know that some people have them pride, and some people, might not want to be associated with, government funded programs. But I assure you, once we start something like this, people are going to get rid of their shame or get rid of their pride and realize that this is not something that you would have think about in the past. It would have been something that is not only beneficial to the community, it is not a charity program, it is something that you have paid into, and therefore now you are getting the benefit back, right? So again, it is going to be voluntary, because if you have your house and your private space, and you want your quiet time and whatever, you can keep that. You don't have to join the program, right? Healthcare access. All eligible persons shall receive healthcare access sufficient to maintain health, treat illnesses, and support aging-related conditions. Denial of care based on financial status is prohibited. Now again, we would have specific healthcare facilities in each of these places, right? So that way, they don't even have to go anywhere to get healthcare. We would have resident health on the spot. So if any emergency, anything go on, you have a resident doctor, a resident nurse, assistants, etc. Right? You don't have to have a big operation, but at least, 3 or a few people. So just in case care is needed, it is right there. Monthly stipend. Eligible persons shall receive a monthly stipend. The stipend shall provide basic financial stability, be defined and approved by the people. Right? So we would look at the current price of things and all of that, and we would determine, what would be appropriate, what would be a good amount that would be appropriate to give to individuals who, sign up, who are eligible and are a part of the program. So, again, because everything is being provided, the stipend would be very, I would say, relatively small. Right? Because it would just be for basic things like, you want to go out for whatever positive influence you want to have on society, or to have a certain, a certain special time for the weekend. Go to a restaurant, go to a hotel, or whatever the case may be. Right? It wouldn't be no big money. The stipend shall not be reduced except by lawful amendment. Right? So, of course, this goes along with inflation if we have that, because that is another discussion to be had about this inflation business. Participation while working. An eligible person may continue employment while participating in the program. Where an eligible person receives program benefits and earns income, a 50% earned income shall be contributed to the elder care program. Now, why do we have this? If someone joins the program and they are getting benefit, right? It doesn't make sense that they are working, they are able and they are working, and yet still they are benefiting from the program. The program is primarily for those who are not necessarily working, right? So if you choose to work, then whatever income you are receiving, then 50% of that would go to the elder care program. So that way, you are getting a benefit, but you are also benefiting the program as well, since you choose to work. If you don't want to submit 50% of your earnings, then you go and back at your yard, wherever you used to live, right? It's that simple. But you cannot be getting the program benefits and working. The point of it is to be able to enjoy the latter parts of your life if you are not working, primarily. This contribution shall be applied uniformly and support current and future beneficiaries, right? So it's just like a tax system, right? It is not for you to get rich or to live a lavish life. But at the same time, it is not there to take away everything that you make. It is simply there to benefit those who are there and those who in the future will require that support. No additional penalty or restriction shall apply, right? So this is only based on, your contribution based on you benefiting from the program. Voluntary participation. Participation in elder care program shall be voluntary. A person who does not participate shall retain full control of their earnings and shall not receive program benefits. Right? So it's very simple. If you want the benefits, you want to be a part of the community, then those are the restrictions. If you are working, 50% of it goes to the program. And if you are not working, you get 100% benefit, right? Knowledge transfer program. A national knowledge transfer program is established. Participation shall be voluntary. Participants may document skills, record experience, provide instruction or mentorship, right? So a lot of retired people, they have an immense amount of skill, right? They have years of experience and they have no outlet to pass on those skills or that experience. So here we would have a knowledge transfer program that allows those people to be able to not only document their skills, but also instruct or teach as a mentor to those who may want to actually gain some of that expertise and knowledge, right? And for those who may have knowledge, you can get mentorship from those individuals who had those years of experience that they are now lingering with. Contributions shall be preserved in a national archive, right? So again, our national document system would allow us to archive these specific skills after documentation, so that way anybody can, go back and go review the tapes, review the video, review the teachings and learn from it, right? Need for Speed, Lawful, welcome. So this would be another way for us to create a knowledge archive of expertise that would not necessarily be available otherwise, right? So if we have a community of people that is benefiting, again, it is not mandatory, but I am sure that many people who have passed through life and have these expertise and these skills, they would be happy to pass it along to the next generation. 10. Knowledge archive. A national archive shall be maintained to store recorded knowledge, preserve expertise across fields, provide public access for learning, right? So we would have this kind of archived knowledge so that we can pass on to the next generation and we can build on that. We don't have to be sending people to YouTube. We don't, it is just, we have a wealth of knowledge and expertise in Jamaica. And to my current knowledge, there is no avenue for that knowledge to be passed on to the next generation. So this program would fill that gap. The archive shall be organized, publicly accessible, and protected from alteration or loss, right? So of course you'd have backup systems and duplicates and so forth, right? Protection from exploitation. No person shall exploit older persons for labor, deny access to entitled benefits, or misuse program resources. Violations shall result in legal accountability. Obviously. Right? Section 12, Administration and Transparency. The Elder Care Program shall be publicly administered, fully recorded, and subject to oversight. Now, we talked about oversight before, investigations and enforcement of the law and so forth, right? Now, for those who may not have been here before, right? The investigatory body that would be instituted would not answer to anybody. They would have unfettered power to go into any place and go dig up records and go investigate at any time. The people opposing most of any of what is in this document would seem unlawful. Possibly. When we talk about oversight and we talk about accountability, we need to have an agency where, listen man, they just walk in at any way at any time and say, listen, I want to see the books. I would like to see the record system for this organization right away. Right? So that way, you don't have nobody who can hide nothing. You don't have no time. Figure shuffle nothing. Whatever is there is what is being reviewed right on the spot. Right? So when we talk about oversight, that is the kind of power in an agency we want. We don't want nothing tied under no government body. It is going to be independent. So if they say, listen, let us see the server. And they go in and they connect up to that server and they check the data and they check whatever they need to audit. And that's it. Right? They review it and they decide whether or not there is a violation. And then they proceed from there. Right? Because everything is based on evidence. So that is how we would conduct oversight. Now tell nobody say where I come. We just show up like a thief in the night. Right? All funding, distribution, and participation records shall be publicly accessible. Again, when we talk about a national records database, no part of it don't need to be secret. I mean, obviously, you know, if someone has some kind of personal data, it would possibly be blurred out or redacted or something. But as far as public administration of any program or funds, we're not supposed to have to ask to access that information. It should just be there and readily available. The only thing we might need is just to have a log of who is accessing the information, right? So if anything happened, we can see exactly who accessed the data at what time and what they did, etc., etc. But logging should have nothing to do with someone being able to, if I decide right now I want to see what distribution was made as a result of this program, I should just be able to log in online and see it. See the receipts, see the contract, you know, see whatever. All of this information is not proprietary. It is, you know, because the public decided that it was necessary. Equality of access. All eligible persons shall receive equal access to program benefits. No discrimination shall occur based on prior occupation, income history, or social status. Limitation of authority. No authority shall reduce benefits without lawful amendment or impose additional conditions beyond this article. Any such action is void. Right? So as we said before, when we put a constitution in power, we cannot, or we would not want any future person or body to be able to remove things from the constitution. If we're going to do anything to the constitution, it should be adding things. We should not be removing anything, because if we in this time and right now, if we decide that these are beneficial for our survival, nobody in the future not supposed to come and take out things and I say, no, we're not really supposed to do this. We're not really, no. We're going to have a restriction in the constitution. As a matter of fact, we already have it, where nothing can be removed. If anything, we are adding to it. We would either add restrictions or add benefit, but we would not be removing anything that is in there as a basic foundation. Right? Especially where we have protections of the elderly and protections of, you know, all of these different aspects of society. Especially as lawful as this. Exactly. Right? So, in any case, it is the people who would have to vote to change, you know, the extent or the restriction of any of these things that we have in place. Dr. Anthony, lawful, welcome. And the duty of this system, the elder care system shall ensure dignity in aging, economic stability, preservation of knowledge, and support for present and future generations. Right? Because I don't know about anybody else, but I am a proud Jamaican. And I would want to, when I get to the later ages, I would definitely want that option to have an inclusive society where we don't have to worry about, passing on alone, not being able to use up our mental faculties at a later stage in life. You don't have no community, you don't have people to talk to, you don't have, any kind of similar demographic of people where you can exchange knowledge, exchange stories, even activities. There are, listen man, I was looking into some of these elder care facilities in the States, and they have all sorts of activities for people, all sorts, and it is so creative, where again we don't need to copy everything, but where we see something is a benefit, we don't need to reinvent the wheel, as long as we're not infringing on copyright. A lot of these activities and different things that they come up with, these therapists, they come up with programs to allow for inclusive activities for elderly people and people who, listen man, we need to do better. As a nation, we need to do better. If I even have some container house to start with, we need to do better. We can't proceed down a path where we have no regard for the elderly. We can't proceed down a path where people can't even afford a funeral. That is not dignity. I see elderly people living in some condition where I feel say, John no star. Wish me could have helped out the situation. People that live in a some little square where them don't even have a proper bathroom. They don't have listen man. Any of us can end up in a situation where we can't help ourselves. Any of us can end up in a situation where we cannot help ourselves. Regardless of who is around us right now, we can end up in a situation where we cannot help ourselves. That in itself is one of the primary reasons for government. And if we are going to put together a system that we say we are put together, we need to be all inclusive. Nurses and doctors has no empathy, no sympathy, and disregard for human dignity. Some of them, definitely have that attitude, and we need to get rid of that. Right? This is why we have, not only documentation, but we have included in this constitutional draft, we have surveillance for all public service areas. So that way, it doesn't matter what area of society we are in, as long as it is in the public. Like something like this where we have healthcare and elderly care and things like that. If someone reports someone, misbehaving or violating their rights or treating them a certain way, it would be very easy to show the documented evidence, right? And if we have a system where complaints are immediate, where they are electronically lodged and things like that, we would have a much better integrity among people. When people know they are being watched, they act differently. And I say this all the time. If you are in a job and you don't like the job, leave and find something else to do. right? And we don't need multiple political parties. One party and it's Jamaica. No more political division. You know, say I have another topic that I'm going to introduce next time, and that it is directly related to this political thing. Because as everybody know, if you've been here for a while, you know that I don't talk politics. I don't talk politics at all. But I am going to have to address the topic because I think a lot of people who have been brainwashed, they don't even know they were brainwashed. Right? And we must address the elephant in the room. Dashcam as my witness. Exactly. We need to document everything. We need surveillance. We need to have not only independence from corruption, but we need transparency. If we are not transparent, with how we actually do things and how if we're not transparent with how the system is being run, how can we talk about integrity? How can we talk about integrity? How can we ensure that we are being treated fairly if we cannot see what is happening? That is why we are heavy on documentation, right? If we have documentation, if we have the evidence, if we have the video, we have the footage, if we have the storage, we don't have to worry. We don't have to worry. And if we don't have anything to hide, we won't have a problem, right? It is always those who have an agenda of hiding something. Those people will always have a problem with people recording and documenting, because them don't want people see what they are doing. Now, when you're there in your yard and you're in your house, you have all right to your privacy. Nobody don't need to see what you're doing in your yard. But when you come at work, when you come in the public space where you are affecting other people, you can't come and talk about privacy. You can't come and talk about privacy. We need to have accountability. We need to have transparency. We need to can see through everything, see in every way. See what go on here, so see what go on over there, so we don't need permission to get no documents. We don't need nobody to fudge nothing. If it not in a record system, it don't exist. You can't exercise authority without something existing. So that is the purpose of our transparency and the record system. Because look at it. If you have a camera system and nothing happens, do you care what the camera recorded? No. You don't have no reason to go look. Right? Joel Pearl, I'm going to bring you up. Oh, Joel Peart.
Oh my gosh.
Joel.
No.
Joel.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I enjoy the program from couple months now. I very important to have someone like you to educate us about laws and a lot of stuff. Yeah.
Jane?
Y- Yeah. So we continue doing the good work and teaching likewise, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. Thank you.
Gotcha. See a lot of things going on in the army police force. Yeah, they even try to hurt them own, keep them own co-worker life. They do
Right.
they do a lot. Yeah, because I encounter our friend it actually happened to his brother, and
Okay.
I'm in a taxi, and basically a gentleman of a son was there, and then fire shot, the police by fire shot into his car. So them said that he will never introduce no one to the police force because it's risky, not safe. So that same energy them have against us as civilian, they have against their own co-workers likewise. I
Wow.
don't know how I don't know how some people just sit back and allow all those things to go on. And when time them kill people instantly, yeah, them fabric them write them statement, and so many people believe in it. The way them put them statement out, you can definitely know that they are lying. Yeah,
Right. Yeah, in some cases, you hear reports of lack of integrity and in certain matters, and it is
yeah,
not good. It's a very bad public perception.
of course. So therefore, then give you no right to trust no police whatsoever, not even the government, because they know that a lot of that going on. He not doing anything about it. Yeah,
Right. For real.
this place not a safe place anymore. It's like they're following American footsteps, like how American white police them treat black people in general, mostly. Yeah, compulsory. They pawns upon while they colored white people and analyze them just the same. But mostly us, them target as
Right.
black people in America.
Right.
I don't know when all these things gonna stop. Are going to have to change the whole entire police force, likewise government, likewise.
Yeah, I
But
mean, we don't typically have a say in
yeah,
how
of
they do
course, yeah,
training
yeah,
and all of that.
that's true. Yeah, and it's first for me if you ever try to get a request, put a request out for the entire life. I didn't do it before. I always sit back, listen, and learn.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. You can always come up, man. No problem.
Okay. Yeah. That's good. Thanks.
Yeah, man. And big up yourself. Thanks for the input.
Yes,
It is important that we speak about these things, because it is the reason why we want change.
of course. Yeah, so we need to speak about it, of course. Let the whole
Right.
world recognize and hear that there's someone seeing it and talking about it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But big up yourself. And thank you for the input.
Yes, yes, man. Thanks. Likewise. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, man. Cool.
Okay, cool.
All right. We have Milo.
Yeah, man. Blessed brethren.
Yes, sir. Greetings. Lawful. Welcome.
Welcome. Greetings. All right. Um, I have a thing. I don't know if I can bring it up on your live, but the two brothers them that they on the live, um, the JCF. There's some legal issue I want bring out. So may I ask your permission if I can go. Or, I don't want to change the narrative from your program, but, I ask you, use a man always a push out some legal points. And those points are well taken if a lot of people listen and learn and follow up on enough of the thing them what you say.
Right.
But, you know. Me
Yeah, man,
not,
go ahead.
cool. All right. So let me just turn down the radio. So I'm not getting no feedback.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah. All right. Check this, right?
Yeah.
One of the things that me I notice with the JCF is that all the training that them say them use, the tactical training and how to deal with, people with illegal firearm and everything. I think what the government is doing is just saying, look, we get an argument about somebody in crime, you send a team, go and just do them in. Simple. There's no more investigation. Because after the detective them what them have, right? They are not even detective. Them just name them and say them a detective. And here why me I go say that now. If they say 2 man is wanted for XYZ, after them underlive them and them fling up one narrative story that them did wanted for this and that. No, if you go back and pull the file and ask you underneath the freedom of information, or a liar go and said, okay, we are going to do an investigation now. We need to see the file where these 2 men were investigated, the entry book at the station, where the file were built on these 2 men, that they are dangerous, to say, okay, we did have a report of these 2 men going around. We did have it. They don't have nothing. This is what happened. Them get tips say 2 man is eligible gunman. Them send a team, and their team is not going to extract and bring in a person anymore. They said they don't even have no warrant no more. A team, a Eagle police, just go in knock police, and then them just throw a pillow over them head, boom, boom, boom. And you see them have the body a walk out. If they know they were going on a raid and they might buck up in, how comes you don't have an emergency vehicle, somebody to give first aid to the individual, somebody to test if the individual die? You could see how them throw the body them in at the jeep like whole hog. The moral of the police force break down. And what them I do now, them I take the local young youth them with them 5 subjects. And I'm going to talk because it is so bad now where all comes crime is going down and police have more underlife than any other police, even in any other country. 100 and something person die now in a 1 year. So now it becomes a trend. Every year police just going around. There's no more locking up. There's no more investigation. Why we need a court? It is wrong. The Prime Minister cannot giving these police officers the power and the Ministry of National Security defending the wrongdoing of these police. But yet, when police officers get caught with them drawers off, they protect them identity. They don't put them up there. You have police officer who get caught this year where a 3 double murder him have. And them, it just, you hear nothing about it. We cannot pay in tax. I mean, not care. We cannot pay in tax, my brethren. To have these police just going around and just every minute you see a video, police are kick up a citizen, a beat a citizen. Why do we voting for these people? Why? And these are the same guys, when election day come, you see them same politician going down in the court and having them in all kind of colors, I vote for them. Jamaican people need to start to wake up and say, look here, man. Yes, we're fighting crime. Yes, but we cannot have police officers just going around vigilante, a team of them. If you check majority of the vehicle them that go out in the night to conduct patrol, them have at least 2 dirty sweetie bag in the vehicle for put on somebody. They do. You understand me? The other day, a man in a mandeville have one man have so much police, it take them hours before them could not take him out. Them all beg him. And you tell me, say, 2 man in a shoot, and brother, police woman have to go and take baby, carry the baby down and all these things. And the baby not get hurt with so much bullet fly in that place. Them too wicked, man. Them need to stop, go round and just knock down people door, kick off people door. But it is so bad nowhere. When police sitting and in a police vehicle, I brag to other police who have the most dopey, who make the most dopey. It becomes a sport. When them police go on duty now, where them are going to lick down? All the senior soup, and then you don't hear nobody protecting the right of the Jamaican people. Because it come like, in the come, have no teeth no more. You have good police out there now, but them afraid for say anything. Me see a police the other day, them a interview him, say him used to work at Arfetry, how them treat him. You understand me? I know him start and him used to walk and write one whole heap of ticket and go and deal with people the most way. Till if he want same system turn against him. It is bad. The law, the warrant. When you check out some of the warrant them, the warrant them don't even straight. And I bet you them now go up a Jackson go do what them do. I bet you them, look here, some of them pick me up a Jackson and go on with some shit. And them know, them can't go up a Jackson and Beverly Hills and them places, go kick off nobody door. Them have to go there with warrant and when them done search all the place, them have to fix it back. But poor people, because Jackson people now going on a polling station go vote. It's poor people, right, brethren, and it's hurt. It's bitter. It's hurt, brethren. Every time you turn on the TV, 2 and 3 and 5 and 6. And the Ministry of National Security, him sound like him drunk sometime. And him I defend. The commissioner, him a go say, no group can tell him what to do and how them for wear by the camera. So, you see, when you ask the body camera officer, okay, show the people them the proof. The police them can say, see the man there, I shoot off away, I will take action again. Then the citizen will say, okay, it's a fair one. But when you are send people per raid and you now give them the body camera and you take our tax money, and I give one look at traffic officer, one look at one body camera for sure. Oh, them know what them a do. Them know what them a do. And it's time for people start to come together and file lawsuits against the Commissioner of Police, the Ministry of National Security, and the Prime Minister, and take to the Privy Council, because this is human rights violation. This is ethnic cleansing. This is another more fighting crime. This is having your own army going in, kicking our people door. This is not more crime fighting. This Commissioner of Police, when him done, a Florida him gone back, gone live. Him is American citizen. Him not Tanya. When him 10 years done, him jump on a plane and him gone in the sunset with him pips and stripe. And then they might make him sit down on the board as an advisor. You cannot have a commissioner of police who abusing the citizen. Who no want to act, that's what happening. Him is abusing the citizen. And them using the police force, the army, to do these things. It is too much, brethren. Y'all tell me, say, you can't hold no more body and cuff them and carry them in. It's everybody after dead. You putting all innocent people on wanted list. And when the man not wanted, and instead of the commissioner come out as a big man and say, listen, we have made a mistake. Sorry. He might tell the man, say, him for do, go take action, whatever legal action he want to take. This is not nobody we care about, we the citizens, the poor.
Right.
Anything human rights can't tell them what to do. So, this is what happened now to a whole heap of people. Them a turn them back and see, you know, it a come back to for them family. Say, you know.
Yeah, you see, a lot of these things, people now look upon it to say it's a system-wide problem. People are look upon it and say a politics or this or that, but it all come back. These are government agents.
Yes.
These are not people just hired to do a job. These are people who are hired by the government. The problem again is we can't see nothing. We can't see the training. We don't have no say in how them administer justice. We don't have no say in how the police them at work. We don't have no say in who is going to be held accountable if them do wrongdoing or if them have mistake and all them something there. And the simplest documentation method, which is to implement body camera, it has been years now. People been asking, and them just in a January say them buy some body cam, and they still not deploy them. They still not deploy them. At the very least, if you're going to send people out on so-called missions or an investigator or whatever, them have body cam. Them have to have body cam because we can't take somebody word fee. We know in a today day and age, people are gonna tell lie. Just point blank. People are gonna tell lie. Are them now gonna say everything that was done?
The thing is, brethren. No, go ahead.
It is no longer sufficient. Just somebody's word.
But the thing is, they build look here. They are running a death squad now. These squads are going out and kill, and they are lining them to keep them nice and cushy. They are giving them pips and stripe things. And let me tell you something. And you see, the bad thing, when in the come, do you know how much police wanted right now who fled to the state? Go and get the amount of police that fled to the state, run left case, on top of cases. Them allow them to run when them know them going to be charged by Indicom. They allow them to take up and leave the country.
Yeah, that's not
And
good.
who not get fired? Who them force out? And because it is so loud, they must say, I've got to take one for the team. Them find themselves in a king alarm. Them allow to carry them lice gun over with them. If me and you get into trouble and we have a lice gun, you lose the privilege for that lice gun. But yet, you have police who've been charged to underlife people and do time and still come out and have them license weapon.
Right.
Changes have to make, brethren. And until when these little ganja head, boy, them where I drink special, we sit down on the corner and I chat foolish, start to realize and start read about Marcus Garvey book and start to learn about black history and learn about the slave master and learn how and start to do the right thing and stop with them pants on them body. Because let me tell you what happened. You see one them where I plait up them here and I walk and them have a spliff in them and them have become the target. Right. See one guy where they on TikTok where the government wore money and him carry them go court mysteriously somebody just drive and shoot him. That's how dirty them get. That's how there's so much TikTok police on the life. A whole heap of them. You understand me? That's why you see, brethren, me not join certain things. And don't get me wrong, you have good police officers out there who are trying to make a difference, but them hands are tied. Them have to see the shit, brethren, and cannot say a thing.
Right.
Yeah, police, a youth. Me know a youth where was police, and when him sit down and talk to me and said to me, say, brethren, you know why me leave the force? Because me can't stomach. Me can't go home, go eat me dinner. Because me see what other police are do to the people and me disagree with it. Him resign. Him left the force. And the time when people sit down on social media talk about some little woman and this and that and mix up, them supposed to deal with to protect. Because, brethren, these police are not serving and protect the poor no more, you know. They are serving and beating the shit out of the poor. They are not serving. Until when we start write to the embassy, send them name, go a foreign and said so. Since them want the wickedness to people, take them visa so them can't travel. File complaint with the human rights so them can't travel. Make sure so when them go to the embassy tell them, say, no, your name come up on this and that you cannot travel, so them can't do nobody nothing and run away.
Well, you see, that is a problem, you know, because you see when you make, if somebody make a report, it's not going to make a difference, right? The problem is getting people to do anything. Even the people who are affected by something, if you tell them to go do this or tell them to go do that, they would rather scroll up on TikTok and make a video and complain rather than do anything. And you can't do things to people. So 6 or 1.5 dozen are the next. If people not going to do things to help themselves, it becomes another problem too.
Exactly.
We know, say, if we just, even if it come on the news are going to report it this week, and by next week, something else come up and nobody don't remember nothing.
No, but even the news media are supposed to hold accountable, you know. Because me I got to tell you something. Out of Windward Road, when the two police them underlive the youth them, the news media come with say there was a shootout, police officer get shot, and them find 2 weapons. And when in the come investigate and them get the camera footage, you don't even hear the news media say we retract. And it was so bad, so loud. The commissioner him have to come and say, well, the 2 officers must be charged. Not apology to those people family.
Right.
Not one apology to those people family who the officer them Hey, I plant the man, them I plant them, and they realize that the camera dead there, you know, brother. They lift up with the weapon them, you know. It have to stop, man. It have to stop. It cannot, the country cannot run like this, brother. Every day, police are take people blood. You have one police in the force where have must say 15 alive, 20 shooting. Out of the 20 must say 15 or plus more. Him alone. How can one policeman have that? How can that go so?
Right.
That's a serial killer, brother.
Well, you
What
see,
about criminals? Nobody glorify criminals. Nobody glorify criminals, but we cannot have vigilante justice in our country. That's why we have law and constitutional law that protect the innocent and also the criminal. Because if somebody come to you and say you steal them purse, and you know you not steal nothing, you don't want them chop off your head just so, you talk about what about criminals?
right.
Tell the man, the country were made up by laws and constitutional law. That's why police beat. How much time you hear police have shooting the past suspension and him get back in work because them violate him rights.
Mm-hmm.
So him have him there in a court and him get back in job. Allow me to tell Bridget.
True. We're talking
So
true.
what you tell me say? And some of the police them guilty as charged. But because they did not follow due process, the policeman win him case, get back in job, and gone back to work again. So what happened to the people them in the street? Them not have due process?
All right. Hold on the bridging, because there is always someone that come on the live trying to defend the police or trying to seem as though we are here bashing police. So I want to make something clear. This is not an anti-police page, and we are not here saying that all police are bad. Okay? We are not here to talk about that police don't do nothing good. We're not saying that. What the gentleman is talking about is verified reports of what police are doing, and we don't have any accountability. We don't have any data. We don't have any information. We don't get any apology. We don't have no body cam footage. Nobody going to court. Nobody investigating. That is what we're talking about. We're not talking about hate. So I just want to make that clear.
And not only that, to piggyback on what you say, if they listen to what I say, you have very good officer. And if you're a criminal and you challenge the police and the police take you out, yes, you cause upon yourself. Because every police officer want to go home to his family. And that's true. But the point we are saying, it's time for the force stop make up stuff just to go and take people life and true. To say, yes, we are reduce crime. It cannot work like that. That's not how you reduce crime. You can't fix crime by sending a team of police every night, every day. Just say, him name call for something, bow, 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 bow. Him name look like that man there, bow, 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 bow. You have one incident where if I was showing some people in America and them say, no man, something wrong with that. You knock a man door. The man come out with the hands up. You take the man out. You not secure the man and handcuff the man and do your investigation. You care about the man in the house. For the man reach a weapon and pull pound. That is so that and then you move the camera. That's a wickedness, brother. That's a cold-blooded killing. That is cold-blooded killing.
The problem is that we don't have anybody on the official side to talk about these things. That is a
The
major problem.
opposition better start talk about it. Or if them not start talk about it, they will never go back in office. So make them stay there. Them better start talk about it. Because let me tell you, people only can take a certain amount of foolishness, you know. And you carry bucket go well, the bottom must drop out one day. You understand me? And one day, it all it takes is one straw to break the camel back.
Right.
And let me tell you this. If you, one thing with poor people, you see, if you push poor people up in a corner, it's like a dog, scared dog, you know. They are going to bite back. They are going to bite back one day. And it go happen so, and it just going to spread like wildfire.
Well, people just have to take it serious enough, because so far, even if you report something, that don't mean it going to go anywhere.
No, them not gonna wait. You know, see the police have beat all right, the one where just send those texts a while ago. Him not see the policeman where abuse a man with no hand. No hand. He must know a man when have no hand. How can you abuse a disabled person? You
Right.
him can't do nothing. You abuse a disabled man after you come out of one problem and they move you to Montego Bay where they move you from. You've gone into another problem. That means you don't care about the citizen. You think you have all of the power in the world. That's why when them done do them foolish, they run go foreign. And you see them in Florida, you see them in New York, and you say, hey, you never was police. And yeah, man, and boy, I be there for left runway, enough for them runway. Because them afraid for stay at Jamaica. That's why enough of them are mass up.
Yeah, that's no integrity there if you have to put on a mask for your work.
Exactly. Police a fire shot, a tear gas speed, I do all kind of. Listen, let me tell you something. They need. There is an international body need to come in this country and start to do something. We have the answer in our hand, you know. Until the whole of we were I jump up and down and I go and dance and this and that and then I go back down in the OLM when I live uptown. I then think say where I somehow will live in a gated community things say can't happen to it. Then better start right to the human rights body of foreign and help the human rights people them do the fight and bring the pressure to the commissioner, because let me tell you something. It's when them done we don't know. Him not stay here, you know. Him a hold him plane and go back to Florida. When Chang done, Chang Goodall come out of politics and gone to Miami and big house gone live. Because him not for live here. You understand me? And the abuse of the people. And when them come, election time come, them come and them sweet up. And you hear Andrew Wallace say, we are not allowed for them to abuse the citizens and all of that. After him win, him done. Him say nothing. Him stand up for no justice. Nothing.
Right.
Fear man we say him come from Spanish Town. He should have stand up and split justice and said, look, we have to treat the people them with respect, regardless. There are crime areas, right? And police sometimes doesn't have it easy, which is true. But nevertheless, you were trained. That's why them give you rigorous training so you can deal with pressure A man can look at you and tell you about do that you take out your gun and shot him straight in the head, say him disrespect you. You
Right.
can't go into a dance and you start box and kick down man like you're a picnic.
Right.
You are the police. You have a army with you. You don't need, you can't take on one man and a bust up man head with gun and all kind of shit, broke up man, throw man off a step, kick down man and all them sitting there, beat up 81-year-old man and just a box out the man teeth them out of him head and it just goes up.
Right.
It
Yeah.
it
Then claim say
it
them
is bad.
investigate.
Them not investigate nothing. Them a wait till the 9-day pass and it gone on underneath the table. They're not
Right.
investing. I can tell you, if you write a letter of request, where is the status on this investigation? They don't even have a file.
You see that's what we're talking about on here. You see, we have to put together a system of accountability.
Exactly.
We can't have the same people them who we are complaining about and keep the records. That don't make no sense.
You know what you should do one day? Invite the human rights people them on your show. You should write a letter and tell them you want to do an interview with them. And you want people, and you will see so much people calling. And Indicom, you want to invite Indicom on the show and ask Indicom, what are you doing? Let me give you a joke. There was a court incident the other day. And a lawyer was so smart. She interviewed an Indicom investigator. And you see when it come down, she and the policeman are friends. She and the policeman are friends. Conflict of interest. There should be no police officer become an Indicom investigator. None.
Right.
It should be separate. And Indicom need to have more power, more teeth to deal with these officers. Like when them they just come in.
Well, I'm gonna go a step further than that, you know. I don't think if we are going to have proper investigation, we can have, all right. The first problem we have is this. I'm going to answer that, you know. The first problem we have is this. There are many people out there who don't trust the government as a whole.
Exactly.
So no matter which one you choose, the police, the courts, the investigatory agencies, the commissioner, the prime minister, the opposition, the parliament, all of them, people don't trust them. So I think if we truly want to have something fair and independent, it better if we hire our investigatory body outside of the country.
Outside of the country.
Yeah. We pay them. We supposed to have one live system. So whatever them do, and them gather them report and all them something, we have access to it right away.
Exactly. And this is what I'm saying. How comes we do not have a civilian body that when we can go and call for a meet with the prime minister and said, look, we want to have a sit-down meeting because this is what happening to our citizens. This is the video footage. This is what is going on. Who the prime minister represent?
Right.
And this is a question may I ask. Who does the prime minister represent?
Well,
it seems like the prime minister does not represent only a rich set of people he represents. He does not represent the school. Look here. Let me even touch. Look at the school them now. The school them run down so much. Where Pitney does a walk out of school, walk in a school, kiss them teeth off a teacher. No, we paid educational tax. I pay that. Educational tax. And sometimes when you go in the school, the teacher them just sit down in a corner, learn if you want to learn, and who cares?
Right.
Me not care. You understand me? The government support is weak. It's weak in the school. There's no after certain program. And when you go to the Ministry of Education, you see people are jump out a big vehicle, people are full and them are going to some nice car. And them salaries large.
Right.
When you go into the school, you don't even want to use the bathroom them. Run down. A mess. Nobody care about no poor people. Nobody, if you have no money, them no want to talk to you. You have money, you get as much protection. He's a big businessman, and you call. Me have two boys antagonize me and come and beg money every time, you know. And I say, them say, don't worry. We send a team down there. Bam, 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 bam. And it done. But when election day come, people are walk come at your yard and knock your gate. And people, I tell you where am I going to do from where I'm not going to do. And him a fix this and him a make sure this, that. After that day done, them done with you. Send the police them in there, come terrorize and beat the shit out of you and call it a day. I know what wicked? Sometimes you see some little police have on them uniform and come down in a some little cut. And you say police really live in this community, yeah? That's what's so wicked, you know. Because half of them can't go live uptown in a big apartment.
Right.
So them have to come back.
Alright, big boss. Me don't
Yes,
know.
man.
Me don't know if I see Kerry wants to come up. She sent a request.
Yeah,
I
man,
don't know
make
if
she
you-
come up, man. Yeah, man.
since
But
she's
keep me link here, sir.
oh yeah man. Yeah man, big up.
Yeah, man. Big
Thank
up,
you.
my brother. Cool.
Um okay, Kerry nobody want to come up. Lutan. I'm gonna bring up Lutan. I don't know if he's still there. People, you see, every single live we have people who come up and we have people in the comments. And the people in the comments who are not used to the live or they just come to be provocative. They don't listen, you know. They just jump on because they hear somebody might be talking about the police and they start going off in the comments. Just bring up. Okay, look like Donovan gone. Right? And it is always someone trying to defend the police where nobody is attacking anyone. We are not anti-police and we are not anti-government. Okay? Alright, so Carrie will come back here. Hopefully she stays this time.
Hey,
Carrie,
what's up?
evening.
Good night.
Good night.
No, it's just that when you listen to some people, they want to put it out there like, I don't know, like all police officers are bad. And the last time when I was in Jamaica, I noticed that a lot of people just don't respect police on a whole. So I don't know because Jamaica have a serious crime problem. So we do have corrupt police officers. And we do have police officers out there in wrongdoing. We saw where a few of them, it was in the news, where police officers were charged, pulled over, and some suspended and whatever, you know? There are bad police officers, but I just don't like because some people just like they don't want anything to do with police at all. But a
No,
country like Jamaica, where you have some serious criminals, where if they're coming after you, and if there's a 2-month-old baby in the way, they taking out that 2-month-old baby. I
so
mean,
how do
you
you
see,
know
with
that?
crime is everybody business, and we should never bring politics into crime because I know a lot of people who make up their mind that they're not going back to Jamaica because of crime. A lot of people,
Mhm.
as they come off the plane, open up their door, people take them out. Jamaica have a serious crime problem. It's just the other day that we moved from travel advisory 3 to travel advisory 2. And the travel advisory is something that people watch, tourists watch before coming into Jamaica. But I would not tear down the entire force. You know what I
But
mean?
but
Because
but
you
that
do
that
have
isn't.
some very respectful police officer, and I think the majority of them are respectful.
But
There are
hold on.
few bad, corrupt ones in there mix up that is tearing down the force.
But hold on, no. My question to you is this: is that what you heard us doing, tearing down the police?
Who, you guys?
Yes.
No, 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 because I didn't catch all the things. So that's why I was just typing in the comment and asking some questions. No. But what I'm saying out there, what's going on now? Like
Mhm.
sometimes the incident will happen with the police, and sometimes before we get the full report on it, persons will come out and say, once the police is involved, you have some people will just come out and they just give the police the wrong because they don't like police officers. I'm telling you, I'm
Right.
from Portland, and I will walk, and sometimes some people just they don't like police officers at all. They're against them.
Right. And
So
there's
they
always a reason. There's always a reason why people, for some reason or another, why they have that perception, but not everybody have that perception. You typically you give police the benefit of the doubt, and once they're
travel
dealing with you a certain
advisory
way,
is a strategy move to tourism. Miss, I think you know that Jamaica depend on tourism for their majority of their income, and we have a lot of hotels, and a lot of person depends on that for their bread and their butter. If the country is sweep with crime, we're not gonna have tourists coming into our country. A lot of people is gonna be out of work. Jamaica is not
well,
gonna see its true value. The other day we had carnival, and we had a guest that came into our country that got shot at the carnival. I don't
mhm.
remember the name of the artist, but I don't know. We have a problem in Jamaica, and Miss, trust me, if crime take over our street and it's not controlled, and if our travel advisory is up, a lot of these hotels will have to shut down, and a lot of people is going to be out of work. When tourists travel to any country, they want to feel safe, and that's
Right,
just the fact.
but hold on. We don't want to go too
I'm
far.
just answering her thing. Even if it's a it's a good move. Even if it's still a good move. You don't want to have a bad travel advisory on your country because then people watch that, and America can put a warning and other countries out to their people to say not to travel to Jamaica, and we don't want that.
Right, but with travel advisories, that doesn't stop people from traveling. The
It
government,
does. It does. Some people look at it. Sometimes what they do, America will put a warning out to their people, like
right,
say
and I
not to
do,
go to this country because
right.
this is highlighted. You still might have persons come, but it won't be that vast majority.
Well, that is not true either. That is
Well,
not true.
I do property management in Jamaica, and I
Okay.
can tell you that the 90% of my bookings, I can turn on my computer and show you correspondence. Persons
No.
ask with coming to Jamaica,
Yeah,
like
but
about their safety.
whatever amount of booking you receive, it
Mhm.
is definitely not the majority of the people that come to Jamaica. That I can guarantee you. I
So,
was in travel as well at one point, so
so
I
you're
know you can pull up
saying
some
that
of
with
those.
tourists coming to Jamaica, they don't worry about the crime?
But let me answer your question.
Hmm.
The first thing is, if we're going to look at any sort of data, you cannot use your personal experience alone. You have to look at industry, and you have to look at data and time. So I get it. Yes, there are going to be people that say, okay, if the travel advisory gone up, me nah go at this place. I agree with you, but you cannot say majority, because even in COVID, the government was surprised that so many people still wanted to come to Jamaica. Even before, during, and after, people still have booked them thing and come to Jamaica because they know one their other place. People would rather be in Jamaica stuck than be in a foreign country, even
Well,
if it's
that's what
their
I
country.
did. During COVID, I left America and went to Jamaica because what I saw going on in America with COVID was completely different than in Jamaica. People was
Right,
just dropping down in America. So
right.
before they shut the airport, I flew out from America straight to Portland and I was more comfortable there.
Right.
Hmm.
So the point is, even if they up the travel advisory, that is not going to stop people from coming to Jamaica. A matter of fact, even
I'm
without the
not
travel
saying it's not going to
advisory,
stop people, because you have some people who are determined and to how beautiful and nice Jamaica is, people will still. But I'm telling you, when you have that alarm and America will put out to say, with Jamaica, when the travel advisory is high, you do have a lot of persons who will refuse traveling there.
some, not going to even say a lot, some. And
That's
I'm
your
speaking from,
views on it, but I know for sure
no,
because
I'm
there was
speaking on
one time
data.
we went to this conference at Sandals Resort, and that was a big topic too.
All
You
right.
understand? That was a big topic too. And then they made some changes to the security on the beach. There's a lot of things to play factor, but crime do it's not a good thing when a country don't have crime under control. Especially,
Oh,
you
right.
know how embarrassed I was to know that a young man traveled to Jamaica for the first time to enjoy our carnival, and that man, he's the last news article I read on that guy, they say he could be crippled from a shooting. Imagine you
Mhm.
leave your country, come to Jamaica to enjoy yourself at a carnival, and you're caught up in shooting. It's the same thing New Year's Eve. I think 4 people got shot in Jamaica New Year's Eve from persons
Okay.
doing salute of gun. This
Mhm.
this will turn off people from coming into the country.
Right. No,
Not everyone, but it will turn off people from coming into the country.
okay. So let me make
Yes,
a,
it can happen anywhere, but guys, Jamaica is like the best country in the Caribbean. Jamaica is paradise.
here's the point.
Jamaica stand
Hold
out.
on. Hold on a second. Hold on
So,
a second. Hold on a second. Here's the point that we're making on this live.
mhm.
We are not condoning crime. We're not condoning criminals or anyone doing unlawful activity. However, the way any incident is being investigated, what we're saying is there should be transparency, including a body cam for the police. Just like in other countries, it is not a hard thing to do anymore. The
Okay,
technology
so
has been
you're
perfected.
saying when MOCA investigate a crime, they should put out a full report to the public?
No, what I am saying is
Uh-huh.
all of the police who are going out there investigating crimes, they should have a body camera.
I
That
was
is what we are
talking to
saying.
this police guy yesterday on TikTok. I don't remember his name. And then we were asking him a few questions, and he was saying not all the officers are trained to use the body cam. Only
Yeah,
those officers who are dealing with
let me ask you a question.
um
Do you think somebody need training on body camera?
that's I'm telling you that he say the officers are
No,
being
I'm
trained.
asking you. I'm asking you.
Yes, yes. And the officer, let me see if I could, maybe you should invite him over and talk to him, but he told me that officers are now being trained using the body cameras. Because we were asking him if he's using, he said no, but they have persons who are selected, picked. It's not everyone in the force will be wearing it because persons have
Okay.
different
Okay.
position in the
Right.
force. So it's not all of them would be required to wear it.
That's why I'm saying if you are going out and you're going to
Mhm.
be interacting with anybody, any human being, I don't see what training you're supposed to have. If you're leaving and you're going out, it's supposed to be on, point blank,
Yeah, but
motion on.
there's not all, what he's trying to say, there's not all police officers who are gonna respond, or I don't know
Okay,
what. It's not all of them who are gonna be when you get a call. Who are them are good? What they call them, operation officers. It's not all of them. Some of them don't even leave the station. Some of
right.
them are
I mean,
just on train.
obviously,
Yeah.
obviously,
So it won't
why
be all of them trained to use the body cameras. But when I spoke to him, was it last night or night before? He told me that officers are being trained now to use the body cameras.
okay.
Maybe what you should do, see if you can get like one of the, maybe someone who work in the force, or see if you can get one of the sergeant or someone.
They don't want to come on my live.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe the questions that I will ask, they don't want to answer publicly and represent the force. And I am in contact with several of them. They send me messages all the time, off the record. And I keep it anonymous. I don't come out here and talk about anything that I hear from anyone. Right? But I am aware.
Did you watch the press conference with Minister Chang the other day?
Which one? The one from December?
He had one today. No, from December. I think he had like 10 before after that.
Listen,
He had
half the
he had
time.
one today. There was one today with him.
No, I did
And he
not.
also spoke in Parliament also on what was going on.
And of the ones that I have watched,
Uh-huh.
Minister Chang have condemned the body cam from day one up to last year. He was condemning it, saying that he don't see any need for it because it is going to impede the work of the officers. And he did not want to entertain any questions regarding that further.
No, man, I think once you're going on an operation, you should wear the cameras. Because guys, we do have corrupt police officers out there. We see them in the news. We read the news and we see where police officers are get caught with illegal gun, with drugs, and caught in even doing crime. So we do have corrupt police officers out there. So yes, they do need, once you're going on that operation or whatever search, you do need to have on your cameras. I agree with that. Yes.
Well, thank you for that input. I do have quite a bit of people coming
But
up.
only thing I'm gonna tell you guys, like, follow up with the official, because Minister Chang had a full press conference this morning.
Mm-hmm.
It will be nice to watch the press conference and see what's going on. You will hear some people say, I don't want to watch it. And that's what I'm saying. We can't.
I'll
Is it
check
that
it.
we want? Is it that we want? I know that the police force was at what, 7,000, and now the police force is double. The police force is at about 14,000 plus.
I
So
will
it's
check it out and get the
So the
details.
police force is double. But you will have some people, I don't want to hear what the minister have to say. They just are anti-police. And all I'm saying, guys, we can't class all the police as
We don't
being,
do that.
you
We don't do that
understand?
over here. No, we don't do that.
So, but watch the press conference with Minister Chang. He had about 3 in the last week or so. And then
Yeah,
you
man.
guys can keep up to date with what's going on.
All right, cool.
Yeah, and
Thank
also
you.
we should keep something and ask the criminals to put the guns down too.
We do that all the time. We always say we don't support criminals. So this is a
When we
lawful
go into
page.
these communities, I don't know, maybe they should do something, offer some reward to get a lot of these illegal guns off the street and clean up the country, because crime, people, is everybody business.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Everybody business.
All right. So again, we only speak lawful over here. We're not condoning any form of illicit or criminal activities. So again, sorry, Kerry, to cut you off, but you keep on going on and on about unlawful and criminals and all that kind of. That is not our focus over here. That is not our focus. So, with all due respect, we just have to move on from that topic. All right, let us bring up some other people. Samuel,
Blessings, Chief.
lawful, greetings. Wagwan.
Yeah, man, great. First, let me commend upon the great work that you're doing. This is my first time in history ever joining any kind of platform to really give my input on anything. So I'm
Yeah.
listening to the lady just now, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this are the thing that bother me, People tend to start from the lowest level. Like if people really want to get you that crime, you have to start from the top.
Right.
Start from the top, work your way down. The reason why most people don't really like interact with police in Jamaica is based off of the experience we have,
Right.
right? For all my life living in Jamaica, I live in a garrison era, right? And I never have a good interaction with a police officer. And I am a lawful citizen of this country.
Mm-hmm.
And never yet once. I applaud whenever they do good, But I am
Mm-hmm.
saying, if you cannot see the good for yourself based off of your interaction, then we can't say they are doing an outstanding job.
Right.
You understand? So my thing is we need to fix the head because if we just start from the base and the grassroots and say yeah, the police and crime and gunman and this one to the leaders and them a commit the most crime in my opinion, and it brawling. Nobody now hide. 40 million missing this so. How much in billion missing right this so. Not now come out of it. You
Right.
understand? So you have to start from the top and then it trickle down. So thanks for the time and thing. Continue the great work, Zane.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself. Lawful.
Blessings.
Yeah, man. And I, as everybody know, I stay out of the political arena. I will comment on certain things that are being said in Parliament because, again, them. It I have not seen anything that come out of Parliament that is directly benefiting the people. The only thing I can see where we can say this directly benefit the people was when they, I guess you can say, the PMP members opposed NIDS in the court. That was a direct benefit because now them can't force you to get this one ID business. Right? Because anything being forced upon us without we wanting it, that is a violation of our rights. Now you basically say we are slave, we don't have no kind of choice to choose. But anyways, I'll bring up John Brown if he's still there. And look like John Brown. Try again. Loading. John Brown, you there? Hit the accept button. Alright, look like John Brown already. Alright, let us bring up someone else. Got Glenroy, you're up next. Glenroy. Circulating around Iran, Israel, and Lawful, welcome. Just one day after Virginia voters approved legislation to redraw the state. Looks like Glenroy had a fat finger. You have to ready when you click the box, Alright, up next is Lotto Pinch. Lotto Pinch.
Yo, my brother, big up yourself.
Lawful, welcome.
Me dear, listen your program and I listen this lady we was talking just now. And what I would like to know from her, as she claims like she's the tourist minister. So I would like to know which one of the hotel in Jamaica, if she couldn't write and name the hotel that locked down because of crime in Jamaica. Because she's telling me that because of crime, there's a lot of hotel that locked down in Jamaica. So I would like her to name me the hotel that locked down in Jamaica because of crime. That is what me like her to name. Plus, last week, the 19th of April, in I same country where she had praised as Jesus country, the America where she live in now. And last week, 11 kids was shot by American and I think 8 was unalive. Kids, babies from 3 to 11 years of age. And she living in a country that's full of crime, killing unaliving kids, and
Yep.
and come and live and come and boast about this and that. These are these police Peggy. When we used to grow up as a youth, going to in the growing up, we used to hear about police Peggy, but we never know they're still around until today because I thought they were out of
Jaja.
style. But at one time I used to hear them call the girls them police Peggy. So this is one of the
Right.
police Peggy. Me see come up here talking garbage. And she don't read in her backyard that 11 kids was shot the other day, 8 I think unalive in one of those states in United States of America. Kids, babies. That
Right.
is bigger crime. I want her to tell me when last in her lifetime she ever hear of a Jamaican unaliving 8 babies in Jamaica in any school or any house or anywhere. It's not like say baby don't get shot on the way when these guys doing their shooting on the road and going with them garbage. Kids get shot, yes, all the time. But you never
Right.
have 8 or 12 or 11 get shot one time. Never, ever in Jamaica.
Right.
So when they come up here with their garbage about she's doing tourist thing and she can talk about this and talk about that. What you guys are talking about is true, especially when the man was here earlier and that man was talking about the situation, like the guy that have no hand, the man that is 82 years of age, and this little boy, because that man is 82, so that boy could have been grandson. That boy, where box down the man, could have been grandson. And you take up your hand and box down your grandfather like that, broke up the man's teeth, and that is great. In America, as bad as America is, and Trump is, if Trump hear that happen on the road, he will come in an Oval Office and say something about it. And America have 350 million people. And if you box out an old man at 80-year-old teeth out of his mouth, as bad as yellow man is, Mr. Trump, he might go come in an Oval Office and talk about it. And when these things happen in Jamaica, whether they happen good or they happen bad, there's nobody to say nothing about it. Nobody. The police commissioner have nothing to say. The prime minister have nothing to say. The minister of security have nothing to say. So the Jamaican people or the Jamaican youths, them that growing up in Jamaica that is getting disadvantaged, there's nobody to talk about them. And even the PNP need to come out and talk about these things. That's why we have opposition parties. So they need to come out and talk about these disadvantage that the Jamaican people is. Oh my God, it's so crazy.
Yeah, it's a serious thing.
It's crazy. Which country, which modern democratical country you really can go into? And this country where these bossy slaves run to America, run to Canada, run to England, go live, and hear that police mash up somebody on the road and then you don't hear it on the news and hear a big thing about it. You always hear things about it. You don't just go on and eat the rug and the government just sit down on it. No. People gonna be talking about it. The government gonna be saying something about it. But only Jamaica, because and them you see it's what I don't really like. The people them that come up with them little house slave talk. They're not going back to Jamaica to live. They're not going back. As much as you hear them come up here and talk about them, and you know, it's good in Jamaica, and it's tourists, and it's this, and it's that. They're not going back there to live. When them go there on vacation, they remember their friend with them go to school with. They see their friend with them and them, they used to sit down in the class, and they don't remember they don't remember him, because they're too bossy. These are the type of people coming on your live and talk about Jamaica.
Sometimes.
Most times, the one them have bad things to say. They see their own schoolmate pass and who is you again? I don't know you. You don't remember saying him next when I see it. You never remember say you used to copy out a book. You never remember that. You should remember. But you're not too bossy. Like crime no happen in America. Lots of crime happen in America. The amount of crime happen in America since this today, since we even talking right now. Since me and you talk right now, the amount of crime that happen in the backyard. You don't see that? And every day people is crazy in the embassy all over the world to come to New York, come to anywhere in America. Crazy.
Right. Everywhere has crime, so you can't single out Jamaica. I mean,
You understand?
even though the crime to the amount of the population is bad, it is nowhere close to other places.
Crazy.
Nowhere close. And then on top of that, you know, I have to keep reminding people we're not over here trying to bash anyone. We're talking about solutions and talking about why we don't have anything happening in regards to fixing the problem.
Of course.
We're not just here if we just I say this a problem, that a problem, that. We say, okay, what can we do? Right?
You need good leaders, my brother. Good leaders. The commissioner of police need to be a good leader. The prime minister need to be a good leader. The minister of health need to be a good leader and stand up for the Jamaican people. I'm not picking up for no criminal because criminal are criminal. And if you're a criminal, you're supposed to go in a criminal. But there's many times, like, look how much the amount of youths that unalive in the last 3 months with cops analyzing. Oh my God, it's crazy. So the guys them stop unalive people and the government unalive the people them. So it turned from that table gone to the other table. So by the year for end, you're gonna find say these criminals used to unalive 1,000 man a year. So it will turn to the police them unalive in 1,000 man a year and the man them a road go unalive 300 and the police unalive 1,000. Is that right?
Yeah.
Is that right?
I can't right.
So these the people you see company live I can talk about. Yeah. It pisses me off when I hear this garbage come on the live and talk. Because it don't make no sense for you to be stopping one crime on the other side, but you're building it on the other side. It's crime.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
crime.
because there is no accountability, so that's why it continues.
You
If there was a
bought
penalty,
this come on. The man at 80 years old, you're asking for one criminal. And you say to the man, say, yo, what time there? Tell when you see Tom, tell the Tom, me not tell Tom, you have to tell him yourself. Bram, in the man face, box down the man, broke up the man teeth, and this woman company stage come talk about these things are great, like she want to say them things are great. It's not great. The youth without no hand. So wait, in there using foot to kick the police them? Or in a spit pan them or something like that, and I sure you wouldn't do that because you know no hand.
right?
So he's an invalid, no hand. And you would say last year, them time yeah, police box him down. I was watching him on a live earlier, talking and he's calling for the government to give him some way how to live because he want to leave Jamaica. This man without no hand. He was talking and I was watching him on TikTok just a couple of hours ago. He want to leave Jamaica because him being antagonized by police seeing him. And when him box him down, then kick him down without no hand. And it just in a week or last week, again, police catch him and beat him up again with no hand. So what is it? Next time you soon yesterday analyze him because something shoot for them. Shoot for them, you know. The man without no hand or using foot to fire the thing.
Right. Boy, I hope that don't happen still, you know, but you know, when you hear these reports, yeah, it's almost like we're a helpless nation.
Them not talking about the police may thief goat. Them not talking about the police may rob people place, broke sheep people shop, and all these things. They not talk about the two of them when they catch over Portmore the other day. We go St. Mary go analyze the man, the tire shop man. Take with the man car drive like a rugged down in Portmore. Police pull him over when they pull him out. one 19-year-old, one 22-year-old. Them shoot up, run up downtown. Some all over the place. They have shot fire all over the place. Cause right now police them put a lot of charges on them. Going all over the place like a bandolero.
Right.
And these are police officers. But, so you see the good police now? Are the good police hold them, you know? Because they do have lots of good police in Jamaica. It's not all of them are criminal. They have a whole heap of them are criminal, and then a whole heap of them are good police. Very good police. Because I have police friends in Jamaica, and they are very good guys. Some of them are bad guys too. Because sometimes I say, what have you gone, man? But it can't be going on like that. It's crazy. You know what me see? What me live to see? In my lifetime, there was a police officer in Jamaica called him Macmillan, the commissioner of police. That was the best police commissioner ever walked the ground of Jamaica, Mr. Macmillan. Because you know what? He fixed the police them business. They have to jump in their pants and their shirt. Leng was one of the baddest police in Jamaica. Leng analyzed lots of real bad junglists. And you know who took him out of power? And took him out of police force? Macmillan. Because he's not obeying the law. Bigger food have to put on him big khaki suit or him big police suit and go in a police clothes because I'm a police.
Yeah.
Them man, they are police. Know how to run the system. But this is just a lawful thing going on here. Like they don't respect people's life. And then the government will tell people now, oh, come from foreign, come have baby at Jamaica. How if you come from foreign, come have baby at Jamaica when you kill off the unalive the youth them if you have the baby, if you breed the girl and for your baby.
Right.
Girl can't breed girl. So if you analyze in all the kids them, if you have baby with the girls them down there, how not have baby? Yesterday or last week in the morning, me as a police, you have 20 odd police or 30 odd police go for one youth. They say they have a warrant to go for one youth. And don't sentence. Then go for the one youth where they have the warrant for. 30 odd police, 30. And the 30 police go into the house and find two brothers and they analyze the two brothers. Analyze these two guys. Are you telling me? Because I don't think I'm so stupid to see 30 police in a blue suit with 100 gun and me take out gun and fire for them. There's no way that can happen. Nobody now do that. Nobody now do that.
Right.
Nobody now see 30 police with 40, 100 gun and take out for him like a pipe a fire that man with 100 gun. Unless I don't a Bellevue not come from. Unless a Bellevue that the person coming from. Nobody not doing that. For instance, like all of us in the world, the whole university saw when the little youth, the police them ring the bell, knock on the door, the youth run out, open the door like I'm friend a come. I don't think anything's a police. I thought him probably think I'm girl a come or when I'm virgin a come. Then draw the youth outside of the veranda. Draw him out of the house. And when they draw him out of the house, is a 23 police was there. 23 in a blue uniform. These uniform the reason why they put these police in those uniform is to intimidate people. When you see these people, when you see soldiers in a uniform, it's an intimidation. When you see police in a blue uniform, they are intimidation also. It's an intimidation uniform you have on. So when you look out and I said, Jesus Christ, I so much police in my yard, 23, and you imagine, you have about 4 of them went into the living room. And you tell me so that little boy left from out of the veranda, leave from the veranda, go back in the house with 23 police and take out gun for shoot off a police? Nothing no go so.
Right. Real. It's unbelievable. A lot of these reports. This is why we say, if we have body cams, it will make more sense.
Brother, no matter how me bad, no matter how me a star movie, And me see 23 officer come for me. You know them the blue suit there. With 5 gun pan them, 1 pan waist, 1 in the back, 1 long M16, 1 M4, what they call it, M10, M19, 15, the amount of M, where they pan them a machine gun where they come with. And me, I got run for my little pipe for shoot off a police with much machine. He better me shoot himself. It's better for me to take the gun and put it in my mouth and shoot myself more than no say me shoot off a police. It better me rather press the gun in my mouth and in my life more than me no say me got see all these amount of police and try to fire for them. I'm not so stupid. How much shot the gun carry? 1 9mm carry how much shot? How much shot a 9mm carry? How much shot a 38 carry? And you say 23 police. 23 shot is not into a 9mm unless you have an extra clip. Extra clip you have to have 50 shoot off 23 police. So if you shoot 1, 2, you know say the other one them I'm martyr you. So
Right.
there's no way in your life you're gonna take up yourself and both you go fire after police when you see 100 police coming for you. It must be crazy. And these police are bad boys. These police is not like police, you know. Like how you go in other countries and say police, you know. Them are police are bad boy police, bad people. That's what we know.
Jaja.
That's
Well,
what we have to
big
say about
facts.
it.
Yeah, man, we have to bring up somebody else, but yeah, man, thank you for the input and thank you for, bringing across some of these topics because sometimes people only hear a part of the conversation, and they jump in and start talking something where nowhere in the direction of where we're going with this, you know. But yeah, man, big up yourself. Thanks again.
Yes, sir. Big up yourself. Big up yourself.
Yeah, man,
Much
cool.
love. Much love.
Let us bring up King Kong if you're still there. King Kong,
Yes, Chief.
lawful, welcome.
Lawful. Yeah, the Godfather, you know. Yeah, man, so I'm here to share a police encounter where it take
Yeah.
place today with me involved.
Okay.
So, so you hearing me?
Yeah, man. You can hear me?
Okay, there seems to be a delay, but
Okay.
yeah, so me up on Marcus Garvey Drive. Yeah, man, me I hear you, man, but there's a delay. Seem like a 3-second delay or something like that. Yeah, man, so me up on Marcus Garvey Drive, coming towards Portmore Toll. But I was actually going to Ugly Park roadside, bumper to bumper traffic, right? And a police unit, the right which part of the road that split off, right? So the traffic where I go Marcus Garvey Drive, them are turning in another lane they forgot Marcus Garvey Drive. After so Portmore road, it have 2 lanes, and then Marcus Garvey Drive side have 1. Right? All right. So I think it was a Latio in front of me. I pull off and pull up beside it. So me in the middle lane, pull over and change lane for go Marcus Garvey Drive. Police and pull over the two-way, right? It was 2 police. The one that pulled me over send one of the other police to me and him deal with the first man when pull over in front of me. And me tell him me ask him why them pull me over. Cause first thing them come to me. First thing them say, wind down your window. Wind down your back window. And produce a driver's license. So I say, what the reason why you stop me? And him turn to the officer who pull me over and say, you might ask what the reason why you stop it. So me I say, yo, tell him some want talk. Him want deal with. So me tell the officer say, I want to talk to the officer. We pull him over. Anyway, I deal with the man, then him come to me. Him say, I obstruct traffic. Me say, oh, me obstruct traffic. Him say, give me a license. Anyway, that go on for like maybe about 5 minutes, cause me want know what me do for obstruct traffic, and them not tell me.
So
Right?
were you
Oh
recording
yes,
this?
him say me disobey the street. I had a dash camera, and unfortunately, the dash camera never did a record. When we come home and check the dash camera, it only have a record enough when me a pull off, when me actually a pull off from them, right? But me did a record on my phone after I come out of the vehicle, but we are come up today, sir, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so him a tell me say me fi lock out the vehicle and come out. It's a hybrid vehicle, me that drive. So it quiet. Me never lock it up. And me think set up the dash camera record, right? The first thing, the officer them, hold on. You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah man. So me not give them my license. Them end up ask me to come out of the vehicle. Come out of the vehicle.
Sound like a distracted man.
Yeah man, you hear me?
Yeah. I hear you.
LB.
Yeah, man, may I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah man. Okay. Alright, so I think about 5 to 8 minutes of them asking me for my driver's license. Finally decide to give them. Right? Them say they want to call record and all these things, and I tell them say, yo, do their thing. You understand? But I had a child in a vehicle. So it boiled down to me giving them my license. Right? So
Mm-hmm.
when at that point, me start record. Ask the officer if him name and him badge number. Officer come up in my face and ask me I idiot if me can't see him name ya. So me say, why your name and your badge number? Because I don't really want to argue with him, you know. Him tell me. Turn to the other one, ask him, and tell me. Anyways, them I try run my license. It take about 45 minutes. Them hold me for right there, so. 45 minutes. Then the man I go tell me say, him system now work, him I go call somebody else. And I say, what you say? Me have to wait until another unit come here so for you run my license. And him say, oh, my system I work. LB, we did it for another, maybe another 15 minutes. Me I tell you, say, bumper to bumper traffic, you know. Me see some police vehicle, 2 police pick up a come. Blue light and everything. I say, I must emergency them are up on. Me start video them. Turn the video upon them. One of them gone to Portmore, one of them stop. Only if you know say him actually wait upon the device to run the license. Man come, the device I get some problem. Same way. Him ask me for my email address. I say, where you want my email address for? Him no want to tell me. So I say, you're a mad man, what me give you my email address for? I say, alright, you don't have to give me it. I say, no. I say, me not see your badge number all no. Your badge number the display none at all. And then him partner, fee him badge number, fee him name no display none at all. Him vest cover him name. And I point that out to them. Right? Now, where them want ticket me for? is for actually change lane. So me and the man are obstruct traffic. When we are trying to change lane from me come out a Wharf Road, but a bumper to bumper traffic. So we slowly come up and I try to go over in the lane. Anyways, the person who come was a superior to them and another guy. Him come and draw them one side and I say some things to them. I don't know where them did that, but then them come back and I say, yo, you should have just lock him up. I'm not producing license, you should just lock him up. Anyways. Them finally print the ticket, right? And the officer that are the superior, I don't remember what his name, but everything the on record. He make a statement, say, basically he must say, make them go on, man, cause when them him use a word, I'm gonna send a video. When them, like him say, when them exalt themselves, we know where to find them, cause them they even know say them left a trail. You see me?
Mm-hmm.
Him never did, and I mean him say it to him say it to another officer. Now him the superior they come with one constable. I ask the superior if he film name, him provide it, I ask the other constable. Up to now, him not give me him name. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Up until now. So me want to know what you mean by him know if you find we. You know?
Right.
That not sound right. That not so, and he make sure say it make me hear. I don't think him know say me did a record, because me did a look on the ticket to see what them really actually write on the ticket. And they make some mistake on the ticket. Because it seem like them realize say them blunder, but them never did a go back down.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah, because he must say ticket him for about 3 different offense himself the man for ticket me for. And I only one and an obstruction. And in him comment, we can't even remember the comment, but I will send you a picture of the ticket and send you the video. You know,
Well,
as Mr. tell you, almost an hour them hold me for. So the video, me have to stop and record back. Stop. You know, meetings on my vehicle record.
yeah.
Yeah, but everything in a Japanese, so I don't even know how to really program it. Since me actually come home and realize I never did a record, me do something to it and me don't even know what me do to it. Start record back. But my
You need to get
video
an
with
independent
part,
dash cam, man.
repeat that.
You need to buy an independent dash cam where you know.
To be honest, I wasn't driving my vehicle. I'm a
Oh,
lady vehicle me did a drive.
even better. All of them have one.
Yeah, man.
But you know, when them issue a ticket, you know, it create a record in the system, so them can
Yes.
always look back and see what license plate you have, which again, you
Not
know,
only that, them take picture of my vehicle.
all of that too,
Mm-hmm.
all of that too. But
Well, on my vehicle, but my license, the address on my license, and the address and the vehicle are the same place, same address.
right,
So they would have make a connect right there, so I know exactly. You know, say, oh, me must connect it to that place there.
right. Well,
Mm-hmm.
if I were you, and this is only my opinion, I'm gonna talk for myself. If I were you, me make one heap of report. So in case anything happen,
Of course, me report all of this. Me I got court. I'm not paying that. As a matter of fact, a long time I'm not paying a ticket. And I've been getting tickets.
Right.
Yeah, just the other day, them stopped me. Officer say, "I want to search my vehicle." And I tell him, say, "I not consent to no search." And he open my door and looking at my vehicle same way. And say, a chop sign there. And tell me, say, me a travel with tool of trade. I'm gonna get it thrown out.
Okay.
Yeah, we never reach at first hearing. Get thrown out.
Okay. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know say we have some of them stop there out there and them now want people really load up the thing, but at the end of the day, if we don't bring it to the public's eye, it is going to keep on happening. Right? Because
Exactly.
we don't have nowhere to report these things, but stay tuned. Because we need to start having a database of all of this where I go on.
Mm-hmm.
We need to start having somewhere where we can point to and say, yeah, see the report here over here, so don't make the report, see the evidence here on my record. It is unedited. This is the original footage, blah, blah, blah. So,
Yeah, man. I'm gonna
because,
tell us, say,
yeah.
uh-huh. No man, go ahead.
No, I said because even if we make reports to Indicom, to Mocha, wherever, right? Half of the time, them not get back to you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know the system work because I mean me try I know the first me try follow up with certain some tickets when me they get it a long time now. I me just end up pay them. You understand? But I think I miss have done at the first man, me say do something like this. And me say, all this time I know something was wrong, I know me did always know that there was a remedy. It was just to know where to find it.
Right.
Yeah man, and then little after me sat done to film thing, me buck up year live. Year video them. Me start buck up.
Yeah, well, if you become a signatory, you can.
Yeah man, I am a signatory.
Okay. So you're good to
Yeah,
go, man.
yeah
You
man.
know what you have to do. You know what you're supposed to do.
Well, me know which part I go for refresh my memory.
All right.
And me hear you always say come to class. I would have think at the new thing where you put in now where we go to Voice of Jamaica and we have to maybe watch
You're
some video.
supposed to know.
Yes, because I visited. I think you did do all of this and live before, because we did
Well,
that when you just start out.
right.
Yes, but
Well,
no, I mean never really. To be honest, Voice of Jamaica hard for maneuver on the phone. To me.
okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with anything new, you have to practice,
Yeah, me know.
But
And I just the other day,
if you're a signatory, you do have access, so
yes, man.
you will know better if you do better. But you
That is it.
definitely need to have a dash cam
Yes.
every time.
Yeah, man. Always. I mean, I tell you the truth. Me easy to get ignorant, because when the officer come up in my face, me I tell him,
Yeah.
me I try hold me come put even now, just talking about it.
Yeah.
I tell you them, no. But me get so upset. Me ask the officer say if I'm an idiot and why man him up himself so.
And that's why them
You
hold us so
understand?
long. Me know you irritate them, man. Me know you irritate them, and that's why them hold us so long.
Well, me and them.
Because them are going to spite somebody and if you feel like say you want to show up yourself. All right, make him sit down there wait. We there so all day, so we see how long he can.
There is no way that can be lawful for have me over. Me never have to ask. Me not have to ask.
Right.
So me and them. me have countless encounters with them where me I tell her say yo, You have this gay police pull me over one day. About 5 officers him have with him, 5 police him have with him. Right? Obviously, him a gay. Him couldn't tell me what him pull me over for. Search my vehicle, do all of that. And I asked me for my number. After all, I said, where you want my number for? The man hold on for my license and I say, alright then, here what? You have some outstanding ticket, we can lock you up, So here what? Give me a food. and go on. I say, I don't have no money for me, I put my card it there. The man say, me hold on for your license. And you go draw the money and come back. I say, what you say? The man hold on for my license. So me did I try find a way out of this. It's a way before you and Mr. Dunn come educate me, right? So anyways, after all that, the man asked me for my number and basically start display him intentions, him gay intentions. I say, I always hear police say, comply, then complain. I say, if we comply with all of unlawful directives, much things them can get we for do, and then you gotta sound like, you gotta sound reporting these things.
Right.
You gotta sound reporting all of these
Gotcha.
bullshit.
You see why them know? Well, body cams are essential. That's all I can say.
That is true. But in my case, I don't feel like the not body camera still. I don't feel like the dash camera not running, I go really go against I put me in a bad spot, because I'm a video the road, me video the traffic and how everybody a move. Because you see the right to spot, me change lane, everybody do the same thing. Every single person do the same thing. And the police tell me say, because them have me here, so them can't pull them over.
For them problem that they're supposed to deal one somebody at a time.
Them say me disobey. Yes, them say me disobey. The straight arrow. The straight arrow.
Don't know.
Yes, but when I take a picture of the ticket, I seen a couple videos.
Alright, sound good.
Yeah, man. So you see what I go on. But I tell you the truth, you always tell me, say when I argue with them, me have an anger issue, especially when people take me for idiot. Especially when they run up on me certain way, because to be honest, me not gonna take nobody lick. And nobody not gonna come up in my face and have me a step back. Me not build so. You understand? So maybe you're gonna be disappointed with that. But I just saw the thing go.
Well,
So
until
me
Mr.
never
Wagwan.
I tell you the truth. I wasn't quiet. But I wasn't disrespectful.
Right. Okay. Well, more review it and see Wagwan.
Yeah, man, definitely.
Yeah, man, big up yourself.
Yeah, man. Up my general.
Oh, thanks. Jaja. Alright, so I'm gonna bring up someone else from the panel. Caiaphas. King Caiaphas.
Blessed love.
Evening.
Yeah. Again, to everyone we are listening to this man, I better listen some more and better make it be a day. Sit down with no picking run on no TikTok page and make them get to learn some stuff. And that's the deep you do. And this is the deep you make them watch. The unfortunate part, let me talk about. We hear the minister. We were supposed to have a representation in the defense force. We're supposed to look out for the people them. right? And as you mentioned earlier on, the good thing is that the good and the bad thing is that the videos and the video evidence that prove that some officers overstep them bounds at times. And we don't want them to do that. We don't want them to overstep them bounds. We want them to steer in the right path. And some of the people, again, is so uninformed, where you have some say, you have to train somebody or for pin on one camera for use it. I press that on and off switch me there. Jesus. Whoa! Jamaica in a trouble.
But me think them need to remove the off switch.
As soon as you tap out of the station, it's human.
All
As
right.
long as them, listen, all of them are going to depend on the rock. A charge, the charge port, the way all of them are going to depend. As soon as you take care of a charge port and pin it on your vest, it come on. Simple, you know. And you go along about the business. Then you hear them come and talk about, you know that we don't have the capacity to store all of these data. That let me say I want to juke them in there. Yeah, you know, me I tell you the truth. Brother, I want to tell the people when I talk them something there. I want to tell the minister and the ministers, them and all of the rest of them, we follow back at them. We know what to do. We're not blind. We see you know. We hear you know. We're not deaf. We soon are talking a giant up, you know. We soon are talking a giant up and I say, yeah, we know them kind of language there too. We know what we do. We know what we say one something over there, so. And then, hold on there. Stop again. Make pause there, so. Because we know say the foolishness will happen where that is concerned in regards to officers supposed to be weird. Every police officer, as long as you are going to start duty, you're supposed to have one body camera. As long as you start duty, put on the uniform and go to you with the public or the citizen, you have to have a body cam. Because some of you no do no work the right, no disrespect. We soon, you know. We soon disrespect with brother and sister and with father and with mother and I kick baby mother and then gut a lick out. Old man not even have teeth feel lick out and I'll slap out in gum. And then something that the boy them a do. Man we can box your backyard box. We don't understand that. You know, we see the abuse. And remember, everyone will use your voice, talk. You know, just like people say, oh, we are going to talk about it. The more you need to chat about it, the more people will realize, say, yo, don't not talk to me. And the more you talk about the stuff, them say, officer, yes, is this a lawful stop? Constable, please to identify yourself verbally. Me want hear in my ears because me can't read. Me eye then no good. Me can't read numbers. So nobody tell me, say if you look, no, that is not. Watch man a laugh. Brother, don't when you ask them a question, don't them answer you. When you ask the officer, identify yourself to I, don't they supposed to do it?
They're supposed to.
All right, good. All right. So any one of them wanna do it. Let me tell you now, how much I wanna do that. Any one of the officer them wanna not ask them, identify yourself, and then do it. Say, all right. So you just break one law, and every one of them listen. We don't need to have this bedroom now go draft up on paper phone, right? I wanna go print out the document. Some I have to go pay a fee still. I wanna go print out the document. I want every time then tap you say you have to put a signature upon this that we can start a contract. Every minute we start me is $100,000. Say, me no mind stop and talk to you, but my time is important as I move because me have a right to freely move. Say, anytime you tap me, when me I go about my business, it will cost you. No, you make this a man we are come on a while ago tell we say he having picked in a vehicle for must about 1 hour. Hey, you know how much that cost you? That's about $10 million. $10 million top that. So come here, I go make sure say, me not talk to you if me and you can go in a contract, Me must have a contract with you, We must have an agreement together. Me not go just go, because my time is important. And I don't have benefit. Me not have no time. As a matter of fact, me I try to utilize what me have as best as possible because I don't have time. So if you are going to take me time from me, you have to pay me for that.
Right.
All right. This system where they want to put in place, they have one system where the government come up again with. The system where they talk about the needs, where they need one to come in. Don't you need a bigger database for that more than for the dash cam?
No.
You don't want a bigger database for needs. For needs, we are going to do the whole entire 2.8 million people information I go store. Right?
No, because remember, once you have the needs information stored, it now go increase. It now go increase. It
No,
just
I
go
didn't
slow.
say it will increase, But the space where I go put it, I just stand the one
No.
place and I move.
Right.
But well on there now.
But the body camera video them I go constantly increase each time it
So
record.
with all the advancement, because some of them people like they don't know so we know so there's something I go on now. With the advancement of technology and the amount of terabytes where they can fit on something like your fingernail now. Where them people come from? Then things I want sitting where you used to grow on and remember the phone where you have to wind up, where you have to take off part of it, where hang up and then you call the operator and then the operator connect you and play. There must be things you have there with it. Or then things you have to press the button to beep, 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 beep. We don't do this again. We want them to start things everybody have the capacity of the people them like what the Prime Minister called fully done. And not everybody stays at Jamaica. And that's one I think we want them to recognize. It's not everybody at Jamaica fully done. Because one last something. You see that sitting there where they come and contact about Naras. You see that Rasta there where they want to come bring up about Nara or Naras. Tell whoever write up the abbreviation, they take them, put them in a one big fire. Put whole heap of gas pan that and burn you. Because you see that something there? I don't know about nobody else, but you see the wordings them when me I hear about them using or then something. But one of the something what I recognize is there's only one. What you know? When the document was being perused and put together, there is only one individual that stands above the whole thing, One individual. One individual have all of the power over something there, So me say this now. So this document and this thing that is coming through, that they want to come through, and all the offices that were not working efficiently to let the country grow and speed things along. So I'm saying, all of these are the agency that was holding up the thing. Here we go. Bring Nara, fire everybody else. Kind of makes sense. You don't need them again. No, sir. You don't need them because then if it then and the like say I go come and fix the problem, You see what I say? And the like say after 10 years, you go say, all right, we have recognized these areas in the NWC or in this area in NEPA or in this one, and we can fix these things and then tell us, all right, because we recognize the problem. We have no, so basically all of the places them where they do the red tape and all of development, them still have a function, with all of the whole up business and all of them sitting there. And then you're hearing the paperwork like it, I go tell us, me, I go be the chopper. Because you see, wherever me bring forward, it I go at the front of the line. So me have one project where me I wait pan to get approved. Maybe in the same era where you are going to do for your sitting. Maybe my building, then near to which party I go build for your sitting. Next thing you come with your idea and say, no, my one have to go. Then my sitting gone out of the, no. Tell them, say, if wherever they get that pan should be back there. We don't want that.
But them not listen to nobody.
No, but listen, let them listen, let me say this to party. You see, regardless of them acknowledging, say then here. You see, if I will walk my mouth and say it, I don't know about the next man. You see, if I long we walk my mouth and creation can't hear what we say. them hear it. Them members say, and when you utter the things, just like creation, and that's why it come real, So if we not say nothing about it, somebody can say, but me no hear nobody else, Tell them, say, whoever put that document together, we no go burn you up. We no want that. Me say this already. Me say, tell one of them we are listening. Tell Andrew and say, we not go back in a slavery again. Tell him that backside for me. Sorry for the sorry. Tell him say, King say, we not go back in a slavery again. Because I don't know what that him I try to put together like him want to turn the Lord of the Ring. The Lord of Jamaica, the King of Jamaica. I wish my them. Well, whatever him I try to do, tell him say, we, hey, a glass house in there, you know. The man
Well, we still, even though we say something, we have to find a way. We have to find a way for solutions, because just complaining to them is not really going to help. Them a listen, them a see what go on, but them not take.
Let me do it that way then. Let me do it that way then. When I tell him say me tell Mr. Holness and his wife, and Mr. tell him say, God say we tell you say. Mr. Holness and your wife, me I say, God say we tell you say. Right? You know if you stop what I do to the people in Jamaica. I'm a back soon over. God say we tell you say. Yes, like Pharaoh, let my people go. You hear me say? I remember when they one they never did want to listen, Remember when the man he come to them and say, brother, the boss send me to tell you say. If ease off the pressure find people them. And me tell Mr. Holness and his wife, say need to go look back on the story about we seriously.
Hold on the man. Here we go on. Me no want you relay that message there to them on my platform.
Right. Right.
No,
but God sister, you know me. Make them go talk to God about it.
Yeah, but me no want them get no message from you, so.
All right.
Them find some other
me go tap you so now. Me go tap. But hear me, bro.
Yeah, man.
We recognize the foolishness that will happen, and we just want to make people be aware that it's not everybody here that is sleeping. It's not everybody here that's stick broken at their ears, right? And just to remind some persons in Jamaica that you are exposed, you are like that person that is in a glass house. We can, and like one time when we used to hide, we can soon, we can watch, attack this something down on the grill. And then we can soon say a center the next night. And I say, hold on the virgin. But you just tell the people them say a $1.3 billion. Oh, you gone up there and tell them when they know because something you have to tell them say a 2.5. And then like one time we could have do that and get away with it, We can go
well,
check.
them still do it and get away with it?
No, they not get away. We have the evidence. Remember, when we did there in the States, I have one virgin where the FBI they hold on pan. The man say, I hate you, them I watch me find a virgin. After I come back, You hear me say? So me tell them, say, no, you are being surveilled. Just like what them say. And them say it, And them come out and say, we can sue everyone there.
Right.
They said, we can see. And we one of them come out and say, yes, we sue no one down on the yard. We sue no in the kitchen. I mean, I say, hold on there. So how much I want to get figure on the table and watch people business? We not rob out none of the evidence there, We not rob out none of the evidence. And the documentation is there. When then knock out grandpa gum, documentation did it. When the man when on a hand to defend himself, you are abused, my brother. The documentation did it.
Right.
We. So and we still there, We still there. And creation still there, watch what go on. So we just every once in a while somebody have to just remind some people say, keep on forgetting say there is that what they call unseen eye. Here, remember you need to remember, and that's one of the things when they take time and press out our people in the system. He might watch Yes, man, he might watch And whoever they tell say, you not go just do and just get away with this up. Lie then lie to Lie then lie one way or the other. You not go feel it. One way or the other, you not go feel it.
We shall see, But
all right.
We have limited time, so we want to see if we can bring up
Well, I'm
one
gonna
more
move forward,
somebody.
man. Yeah, man, me a jump, man. And respect to everyone we are pass through the vibration. When
Yeah,
the man
man.
having program, on need to forward over and like me say, somehow no need to get to no pick me and sit down with them and make them listen, then suck me out. Instead I make them just I do zip, 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 zip and I know nothing of them like. Then no won't be like some people will tell people say the police force are being trained to use body cam. Good night, I rest.
All right, big up. Please let us not talk about police force need training on body cams. Body cams are not supposed to be tampered with. Let us bring up. Let's see who else is available. If Patrick want to come up, if you're still here, we're gonna bring up others who have requested to come up. All right, look like I'm going on a bed. All right, let us bring up Action Now JA. All right, everybody going on them bed. Sabak. Bring up Sabak. Sabak, lawful evening.
Me not gone on bed yet tonight, but I enjoy the show.
Okay.
And what if people come here to vent instead of talk about the real issue at hand? Right?
Yeah.
And enough of we experience where everybody got through. People get pulled over. I got locked up 2 times by police because I wouldn't cooperate with them. And from I learned from you now. Now I learned from you. Don't be out the road arguing with no police or getting in a tussle and fight with no police. Just collect your receipt and go about your business.
Right.
I learned that very much from you, and I'm so much grateful for your show. And try to invite so many people to wake up. Jamaica, wake up. Just wake up, Jamaica, open our eyes to really see what's going on. This technology have to stop. They might trick we for so long. Like Kamika said, we're still a slave. We are a slave country. And they're running this plantation like we don't exist. So we have to take charge of our future. We have to take charge of our present. We have to take charge of our future. And we have to take charge now. We can't let this go on no longer. See? Until that old man said, we now wait for no invisible God to come try to save we. Because what I learned, the word God means government, audience, department. Because when them grab you, them a play God, them take control over your life and everything. When police stop you out the road, you're not on a talk. Them do what they want to do. Them play God with you. See, so that power need to be taken away from them. They need to serve the public. And we are the public, but they're not serving us. See?
Right.
So, yo, we're there. We now make them fine with a car. Yo, see, you lick me with a great idea. With a man that say, I remember the police off the street take my license and take a picture of my license and say, "Ma, come on my yard, come drop off the ticket." You know, so from now on, I got to change my license and I address on my license. I live a Rock Mountain, District 11 somewhere. And that me I got to do to my license. Because I don't want the police show up in my yard some other time when I least expect and come with no vengeance. Yeah. So I'm shocked that day that when them take a picture of my license, say, "Ma, come drop off a ticket on my yard." So me, I got to change my license and put no address on it so that way be even harder for them to find us. When them out there do them wrong and them have to pay.
So look how long me telling us say if you put your address as a general post office. I don't need to listen.
Hey.
Look how long me telling us if you go tell and say you lost your license and fill out the application again.
Truth is truth. That stay no longer. I'm gonna deal with that as soon as I get back to Kingston. I'm gonna deal with that. That stay no longer. Cause the police they open my eyes when him said that. When him take the picture of my license, I say, "What you do? Why you take picture of my license? You know, I come on my yard, come drop off the ticket." I say, "What? You can't do that."
No, they're not supposed to.
All right, and that other brother earlier said the police take a picture of him license. So it look like something maliciously them out there do. I intimidate we all along. But that I got change, thanks to you, me I wise up, my eyes. The veil has been lifted off of my eyes. My eyes is wide open now. I'm seeing the thing a whole lot different. Like I said, I don't drive around in fear no more of police officer when I see them on the road. I don't. I truly don't, because I know exactly what to say to them. Be quiet,
Right?
give me my ticket, let me go about my business.
Exactly.
And don't help them in their investigation. When they come ask you any question, well, what you want me to do? Help you prosecute me? I'm gonna just take my license and give me a ticket. Let me go about my business. Wherever you have a right point, no matter. Just give me a ticket. Let me go about my business, and then we deal with
Exactly.
that later.
Exactly.
Seeing LB, so let whoever next one come on the program and voice their whatever they have to say. Let them go ahead. Appreciate your time.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself.
Big up yourself. Kamika, big up yourself. TikTok police, big up yourself. All the rest of the LB crew, big up on yourself. Voice of Jamaica, big up on yourself.
All right. La la. Kim, you're up next.
Lawful LB.
Lawful evening, Kim.
Lawful evening, everybody. Voice of Jamaica and all the listeners out there and the agents. Big up on yourself, same way. Well, me just a come fi do my little emotional outburst
About time.
because me I hold it too long and me no want the pressure pipe stay too long and cause no damage, so me I release.
Okay, okay.
Yes, so the encounter that I had with the law man them on the road coming from Kingston in a last month, right as me come through the toll, bend the corner, police pulled me over, so me a speed, which I wasn't speeding. But anyways, me no argue with him. Him say me a speed, ask me for my documents them, I mean the driver's license. Call the other guy because him never not even have the time to talk to him to say, yo, what your name, whatnot. Nothing, because him so busy I try to catch other people. Right? So him hand me over to the other officer that was dealing with somebody in front of me when I stopped. And the officer just came and asked me for the driver's license. I gave it to him. Him go print the ticket and give it to me and say, you have 30 days to pay this. That's it, not more. Right? So me drive off, for the whole time, me I say, these people, them too fishy, about 4 car them pull over while I was there, One of them get away, cause him never have space to him park, so that guy just drive off. The one that was behind me, where him claims I did a speed as well, and him never have the speed trap thing on him either. Him just pull him over. You see the windows them wind down and him did they talk to them, then him push him on in the car and get him little shillings and leave and let that guy go, So me posting this video online now because certain things that happen and I say it better they out there than anything go happen and the public no know what go on. So
Right.
me release the video today and brother, the amount of people are coming on my inbox, the amount of threat are coming on my inbox and who are gonna find me and what me fit do from what me know to do. Just because me I stand up for my right and me know what them do illegal. It not lawful at all.
Right.
But certain details me not gonna talk about now until after the court hearing. But it gets even better because me catch them in the act, I take bribery and also the the fraudulent ticket where they give me. But they need to do better, man. They need to do better. And then the people of Jamaica now, instead of them say, okay, I know everybody are gonna agree. And some people have them police family and man and woman, so them all bash out by anybody will call out them. But when somebody wrong, they're wrong. You have
Right.
good cops out there, you have good police officers out there, you have the bad one them. So you go sit down and watch the bad one, them just go around and do the citizens them of the country, all sort of things, and because it not happen to you, you let it go, and then when your time come, you come a ball and scream like you're a pig, you know?
Yeah, because you know some people don't see something until it reach them.
Right.
You know, and unfortunately, we have the party syndrome where people feel like say them a die-hearted fan.
Right.
You know, until you know, and you hear them come up all the time on the news and on social media. Oh, boy, me used to love police. Me used to love politicians. Me used to love this your man. Me used to love this your party. And look what they do to me now. You know, and who is going to even want to listen to none of that? Because if it wasn't for the difficulty we are faced now, you would not be coming out talking about the corruption or whatever else is going on.
Right. But a lot of, like, every single day you see something else come out, and it's like the minister of national security ain't doing jack about nothing. It's like they're making excuses for these bad actors, you know. So, you know, that's my two take. But we shall be seeing where this thing goes, because me now back down, and me make sure me I tell you from now. The more you try to intimidate me, the more me motivated. So no come.
So we have Asquith Tough in the comments saying, why are you posting if you have it in court? Sometimes we move in silence, ma'am.
That is you, sir. Or ma'am.
So, you know, you have to pay attention sometime, you know. She just explained to you that people are in the comments defending the police and they are engaging in unlawful threats, right? And if she decides that she wants to make sure that this thing is in the public before something happens, don't you think that is a good precautionary measure? And what is it going to do to the court case if she posts the original video in the public? What can it do? It is not something where she's being charged for a high crime. Yeah, people corrupt, but at the end of the day, the same way you can go to court and show the same video, what do you think is going to happen if somebody just posts it online? It's not like this is a private matter. Once you go to court and you make it known, you're in the same bucket. So at least when you go to court, you can bring it up to the judge, and you can also demand sanctions, that they do an investigation. Because you get a lot more power coming from the court than you going to iProbe or you going to Indicom or wherever. Right? So I encourage everybody, if you have some kind of video or some kind of evidence, post it. Post it out there. Stop hide and a thing say just because you keep it, you are safe. Because once them give a ticket and them feel like so them can dig up and look for anybody information, them can look where you live and this and that or whatever.
Yep.
That don't make any of them safe, because and everybody are just open up so and them don't know what people have at them yard, whether or not you are a license holder they where you're there. Because some of them we are run up in a people place without warrant. Did you know that a constable without a warrant will run up in a somebody place, if they get unalived by someone defending their property, nothing comes out of it. It was in self-defense. And they have to have evidence that they announced that they had a warrant. Because if they don't have that paper there with them, that make it worse. But anyways, I am not telling anyone to do that. But if you are in your place and somebody I try kicking in the door or I try broke off the fencing, you have all right to defend your property. You can dash out water out there. You can do all kind of things to defend your property without a warrant. Then cannot enter. You should not let anybody in without a warrant. If they don't have it, make them go get it. It's that simple. But anyways, you cannot be out there playing scare the cat, because even if you do nothing, you can end up in the line of fire. You can end up in a corruption. You can end up in all kind of things just by minding a business. Most people who end up in the legal machinery, them just talk about them business. They just talk about them business. So if you keep on being afraid of everything, nothing is going to change.
Yeah, LB, and also like whenever the officials them call you and you say, listen, I'm going to record this conversation, this phone conversation for my recording purposes. None of them want to talk anymore.
Right. Because they don't want to be held accountable. They don't know if you are going to use it against them. Which, if you are doing your job, why do you care?
Exactly.
Right? If you're doing your job, you know you're supposed to be doing everything to the books. You don't care if somebody want to record you. What can you possibly say that can incriminate you?
That goes to show that the motive of them calling is unscrupulous. So,
Right.
you know. But I would
Exactly.
advise everybody, since they don't want to get a body cam, everybody walk with them camera. Everybody get them body cam. Make sure say you have your dash cams them up and running. If I even forget two and put one at back, one at front, so it cover everything. Get it,
Exactly.
because it saves, because when you're going to court you're going to need evidence, and them a come with whatever them want. You know, they work for the court just the same. So who they gonna believe? If you don't come with the evidence, the court not going to allow or accept anything else.
Exactly.
So big up yourself, LB. Lawful always. Voice
Yes,
of
big up yourself, Kevin.
dignitaries, up, continue doing the good work. Much appreciate love.
Yeah, man. Lawful. Thank you.
Always.
So, what I want to know, do you have to tell the person that you are going to record it? No. This is a common question. Do you have to record? Sorry, do you have to alert someone that you are recording? So, here is the difference. I think we talked about this before. You have the public space, right? And you have your private space. When you are interacting in the public space, you can't just get up on a record individuals. So somebody who is not out there working, you can't just get up and in a somebody's face or follow somebody a record. That is violating their private space, right? But for somebody who is working as a public official, anywhere them there you can record them. Anywhere them there you can record them. Now, why can you record them? For integrity purposes. If they are doing their job, they're doing their job as a result of the law. So that means that if you start to record them shouldn't be doing anything but what the law says they're supposed to do. So when you go to court, and the judge will readily tell you the same thing. If you are recording somebody doing their public duties, as long as you're not interfering with them, as long as you are not, using the video to go see like private information or private data or so forth, even on a phone call, the same thing. You don't have to tell them you are recording. As long as you are a party to the conversation, you can record. As long as you are in that conversation, you can record. You don't need somebody's permission to record your own voice in a conversation that involves you. Zin? Let's see. All right, the win's that. It's very late. You're the last one up.
LB.
Twins dad, welcome.
I know wins, the twins dad.
Oh, the twin. You know, so me get it wrong all this time. Thank you for the correction.
Well, yeah, I say. But everything good, man. All
Good.
right. I have one thing for share with the rest of signatory them where them probably don't know this, but for each time the police run your driver's license, your picture, everything come up right in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
So if a police want to maliciously prosecute you, him can give a ticket for seatbelt and get the ticket in your hand and you drive off. And as soon as you gone, him just run a ticket for something else. You don't know that the other ticket them running up. But when you go court, it in at the court and wait for you. So if you decide you not contest the ticket, the warrant will come out on the other ones. And me can say it because it reached me like mere days before you tell me if you sign as a signatory.
Mm-hmm.
Me get one ticket from one police and just like tell me said, don't pay the ticket there. And when me go court and the clerk of court call up the ticket and me say not guilty, me hear them give another one. And me say, Your Honor, I have one ticket in my hand and that's the only ticket I know about. And the judge asked the clerk of court if it's from the same policeman and on the same day. And the clerk of court said yes. But me eventually beat him in a court still enough. But at the time, because what really happened was when he give me the ticket, he give me the ticket unjust. It was an unlawful ticket. And true, me run my mouth upon him. Man tell me say me a batty man and me tell him say, you know, say, me understand why you know me. Because me breed your daddy make you there, you know. So the driver, he never like that because people did stand up and listen. Because me used to run taxi. So, you know, a whole lot of people, they gather up and something. And everybody start laughing. And him never like that. So after me gone, him just give me a fatter ticket.
Right.
But me beat him at court because he never want to come. When him find out 7 day at court, him not turn up. Then it take him about 3, as me say, me never did know all of the legal ways to go around it. But me go to court me about
the legal way to handle it, not go around
right,
it.
right, to handle it. So me end up in a court maybe about 5 times over a ticket.
Mm-hmm.
And the judge of it, when I think the 4th time I go to court, I tell the judge that, because by now I start understand a few things. I tell the judge that I've been to court 3 times, today's my 4th time, and you're putting off the court for another date. And Your Honor, I think this policeman is wasting my time. Eventually give me another date still. But on that day, when the policeman came, he came without a statement, a written statement. And the judge deal with him wicked in the court and just throw it out. Throw out both tickets. But they never give me no receipt nor nothing still. But if I know all of them something there, I could have go about it a different way.
Right.
So signatories, you're getting a ticket. Just no, as I say, no argue. Just take the one ticket because no for them policemen are malicious.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I just my 2 cents that tonight.
Yeah, man, and you know, say no when they have these digital machines, you know, so they stop write tickets. So with the digital machine, there is no telling what they are up to after them write the ticket. Especially if them feel like say this them or you talk to them away.
Yeah.
Them have the option. It's not like them not have the option and that's the problem. You know, them have the power to do that and have no control over it. So yeah, it's a way still, but at the end of the day, if you're a signatory, you know how to handle it.
Yeah. my kind of glad me really buck up on this when I did. And me not always present a class because boy sometimes I work vibe, but I try to catch up on most of what I can catch up on that, when me get the chances. A whole lot of
Yeah,
thing.
so it go. We have life, so so it go.
Me not present like TikTok or Kim or Ra or couple of them, but I mean at the early stages of the signatory, like maybe my own are probably about four or third or yeah when we just started out. So I early me enter, but me they're well behind.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
whenever you get the chance, you can always catch up.
yeah man.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself.
All right, brother.
All right, cool. All right, peeps. I am sorry, but I do have to run. We have gone for at least 3 hours, 4 hours or more, and I do have to run. So we will continue. Today is what? I don't know what today hour. Today is Wednesday, so we'll continue on Saturday evening at 6 p.m. So we do have a few more sections to go with the constitutional draft, and I know I haven't been really having the lives about traffic tickets and the police and all them something there, but we're working on bigger and better things, right? Working on bigger things to benefit everyone and not just having to deal with all of these other minuscule things that keep popping up in our lives regarding the tickets and some of these other situations. So we don't advertise class on the live, so you have to be a signatory to know when we have class. See? So either way, thank you for joining. Again, if you have suggestions, you can submit your suggestions on voiceofjamaica.com and click on New Constitution, and then you can submit your submissions there. You can also download a copy of the constitutional draft on the same page, and you can see what we are doing thus far. And if you want to, you can join the lives. You can contribute live in the comments are coming up, and you can also submit submissions on the website. All right, so big up on yourself. We will continue again Saturday evening. Lawful always.